everybody. Sorry for the late start, even later than I was planning on, because for some reason my monitor just stopped working. Eventually, I got it working, so yeah. Hopefully, come on, game. There we go. Everything sound okay? I did up the game volume for you guys because I was watching my VOD and I realized it was kind of quiet. Everything sound good? Cool. Cool. We will continue the playthrough then. Oh shit. Just switch to my brace. Switch from my brace. Sorry. Compression gloves important when no brace. Because this wrist don't work good. Alright. Junpei and his companions ran out of the casino and into a large open room. A room, in fact, that they had been in once before. There was little to surprise them there. They already knew what their next step had to be.
This way.
The iron gate still stood in place, locked tight, blocking the stairway, and right in the center of it,
the keyhole with the Venus symbol. The Venus key should work here.
Wasting no time, he pulled it out and shoved it into the keyhole. He turned it. With the distinctive sound of metal on metal, he felt the lock click open.
It sounds like it did. All right, let's get this thing open.
Be a bit quieter.
No problem. Let me help with this one.
Junpei grabbed the handle on the left side, and Seven took the handle on the right. On Junpei's signal, they both pushed, and the gate creaked open. Oh my god, there are so many cords everywhere. Okay. We're gonna put this under here. Yeah, fingerless glove sleeves are great. We as a society lost something great when we moved away from having like thumb sleeves and long sleeve shirts. Sweet! Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Theo. I take back previous criticisms of your fashion sense. Yay,
it sounds
gate.
as though you have opened it. We should be able to reach C deck now, I imagine.
Snake, are you gonna be alright? I mean, the stairs.
Please, do not do yourself the embarrassment of underestimating me.
Okay, I also said it wasn't bad. It kind of slaps.
Good to hear. Let's move.
It kind of slaps. Minus the beige pants, but otherwise it kind of slaps. And I just have a bias against beige. At Seven's words, they leapt onto the stairs and jogged quickly down them. It does! That, like, band jacket is pretty freaking phenomenal. And good boots. I like blue, and I like purple, and I like green. Not just black and red. In no time at all, they found themselves on C deck.
Everything looks okay here.
We should check the next deck down, just in case.
Just in case. When he reached the water, he called back up to Snake and Seven.
Just what I thought. D-deck is completely underwater.
Just like the bottom of the central staircase.
The surface of the water below them was flat, like a mirror.
I'm just glad the water level hasn't changed much.
Back to the
Sorry,
C
my
deck.
neighbors are making noise. Yes.
Now, how about we check out what's here?
They began searching around and taking stock of what was on C deck.
There are 2 elevators over there, which means it's probably the same upstairs.
There's a card reader between them.
New symbol to draw. Oh,
And another weird mark.
Hey, check it out. It's the symbol for Lotus.
What?
Huh?
See? It's got the woman symbol, and then it's got the devil horns, right?
Why are you being so mean?
Yeah, I see it. No two ways about it. That was a pretty good one, kid.
No, it wasn't. Seven tousled Junpei's hair in what he likely thought to be a friendly manner. Junpei feared his neck might break, even though it was clear Seven had kept his strength in check.
Oh, whoa, would you watch it, man? Whoa, that hurts. You're gonna break my neck.
Yeah, I just... kinda icky. Kinda icky.
What are you talking about? The human body ain't that weak. Maybe this'll toughen you up, huh?
If we were looking for a devil, we've got one right here.
Yeah, you can only do so much with what we're given. And this is part of the reason why I will defend the Star Wars prequels, because the actors did phenomenal jobs for the kind of lackluster directing they got. And that's a whole argument that we're not going to get into right now, but same reason. Thankfully, Snake interrupted. After Junpei's observation... Okay, thank you, Theo. Thank you. He'd gone over to examine the card reader.
This is a Mercury symbol. The marks you mistook for horns are a stylized version of the wings and staff of Hermes.
Wings and a staff. Huh.
The second part of that opinion is probably not going to be viewed as valid, and that is I like the prequels better than the original trilogy.
So then...
And I know, it's not a popular opinion, but it is mine.
She beats you with the staff until you die and go to heaven. Sounds like Lotus, all right.
I mean, Star Trek is obviously better. Seven shook Junpei's hand even more vigorously, and the younger man began to feel as though his brain was being jostled about inside of his skull.
Seven! Oh, that's too much! Oh, my head!
Junpei's stomach began churning uncomfortably. I am kind of a big Star Trek fan, considering that I have DS9 tattooed on my arm. But I very much like Star Trek. It's pretty great and totally worth watching. And I think they're still all on Netflix.
Oh, I think I'm gonna puke.
Junpei's stomach began churning uncomfortably.
Unless we can activate this device, I doubt the elevator will function.
In other words, we gotta find a key card with a Mercury symbol on it.
So I would assume.
Let's forget the elevators for right now. How about that hallway to the left?
Okay.
Whoa, there's a bunch of doors.
There's been a lot more than 9 doors in this game so far. There are a great many doors lining both sides of the hallway. They seemed to stretch on forever, and all 3 men suddenly felt very small.
Ah, shit. We're not gonna have enough time to check all these, are we?
Maybe we can come back here later. We should check out the other side.
Star Trek is better. It's so good, though. It's so good. It's not boring. It's not boring at all. I can see how you could say Star Wars would be boring. I get that. But Star Trek is not. It's not. It's not. And I like Star Wars. Star Trek is so good. You just haven't watched it properly. If you would give it a chance, you would like it. Everybody would like it. It is just such a good series of shows. So good. Anyway,
Let's head back.
to the right of the stairs, another hallway stretched out, reaching deep into the bowels of the ship.
To the right this time.
After a few moments of moving briskly down the hallway, they emerged into an area roughly the same size and shape as the one at the top of the stairs. On the left side of the room were 4 French doors.
There are doors here too. Well, I guess it's just 4 this time.
Let's open them up, starting with the closest one there.
Okay, I'm on it.
Junpei nodded and grabbed the one closest to him. I went Beyonce. See, I could even understand Lord of the Rings boring, but I don't understand Star Trek boring. I also very much like Lord of the Rings.
Huh, it isn't locked.
I don't
I'm
get
going
it.
to open it.
Thrilled to have found another unlocked door, he threw it open. Is this a room for escaping? Junpei didn't know what to make of what he saw.
What?
Okay, The Hobbit sucks. The trilogy is great. I can see how you might think it is boring. But Star Trek has universal appeal unless I guess you're a bigot, and then it probably won't go so good for you. Oh, sorry. I don't like The Hobbit. He simply stood, unable to speak. Seven's eyes opened wide and his mouth gaped. After a few long moments, Seven at last managed to speak.
Hey, what is this place? It's so huge and empty.
A massive room stretched out in front of them, more a cavern than a room. Its vastness was oppressive, and it bore down on Seven and Junpei. It was not empty, however. The entire room was filled with lines upon lines of beds. Really uncomfortable beds. There were simple things, little more than pipe and thin mattresses. Those count as a mattress? Fucking Stardew Valley Grandpa's fucked up bed.
Oh, there are beds everywhere.
Is this a hospital? The harsh scent in the air is reminiscent of antiseptic solution.
I think so. There are shelves in the center of the room with medicine and surgical tools.
Yeah,
Hey, look there.
those
the
don't
four
look
doors
like
at
good
the end.
beds. My joints scream thinking about lying down on them. 3 of them were emblazoned with large single-digit numbers, made with thick red paint.
The left door says 3. The second door is blank, but the third has a 7. And the rightmost door is 8. There's no doubt. They're numbered doors.
Hey, why is that door between 3 and 7 blank? Does that mean anything?
Also, there's so much character development in Star Trek. There's just so much more. Like, some of the individual episodes you might find boring, but something wacky is almost always happening. It's pretty great. Like suddenly
No
you
point
hit warp
worrying
10,
about it right now. Let's see if these will open first.
but nothing I really. Suddenly you hit warp 10 and you got lizard babies. What kind of other show will that happen in? No other kind of show.
Yeah, good idea.
It's not my fault that I enjoy character development most. Okay, that might happen in Doctor Who, that's fair. But Doctor Who is also a good show. The 3 of them threaded their way through the beds toward the back of the room. Upon reaching them, they proceeded to investigate each door in turn, but to no avail.
Yep, locked. Just like I thought.
My body would not work on that. My joints would destroy me. I need like extra soft mattresses because I am a train wreck kind of glued together with really bad glue.
Naturally. After all, there are rules to the nonary game, and to allow these doors to open easily would violate those rules. Unless we can authenticate ourselves with the red, the numbered doors will...
Whoa, check this out.
Suddenly, Seven spoke up, interrupting Snake.
Look at the red. There's nothing on it.
Huh?
Don't you remember the red back at the main staircase? If there wasn't anyone in it, it said vacant on the little screen, remember?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
But this one...
There's nothing.
I like the diplomatic stuff.
Right? You think it's broken?
Only one way to find out.
No, nothing.
I need soft and support. Memory foam is the best. Junpei and the others put their hands on the panel, but nothing happened. The red refused to change. They tried pulling the lever and still nothing. As they soon discovered, it wasn't only the red on door 8 that seemed to be malfunctioning.
How about the red on door 7? And door 3?
I didn't think all of them would be malfunctioning.
What does it mean?
They've got to be broken. Man, that bastard. I didn't think Zero was the kind of guy who'd screw around with something like this.
Whoa, whoa, Zero's been prepared for everything so far, and you're saying he's gonna make a mistake now?
Well, that's the only thing I can think of. This thing ain't working at all.
Maybe it needs power. Okay, Theo, was it a big dog bed? Because some of those can be actually pretty comfy. While Junpei and Seven talked, Snake busied himself with examining the red. After a time, he lowered his hands and spoke.
It seems as if some of the internal hardware has been removed.
On top of a freezer, like one of the chest freezers, or like a fridge with a freezer. I am so bad at sleeping. I need to have Princess in the Pea level comfort. It's horrifying. If my sheets are not the right texture, if my pillowcase is not the right texture, if the blankets are not the right texture, if I am very, very persnickety when it comes to my bedding.
Internal hardware?
Okay.
That is what I said. Take a look at the underside of this red, if you please.
The bottom?
I'm a side sleeper that would dig straight into my hip. Junpei obliged and bent over to look at the underside of the device.
Huh, there's a thin slot here. I think it's a slot for something. Probably electronic.
The other two reds are the same. Something's been removed from all three of them.
I get it. So the reds aren't working because somebody pulled out their guts.
I couldn't even when I was a kid, so... My mom has, the firmest mattress, and she's like, it's so comfy. I'm like, no, it hurts me. Every time, I'll, stay over at her house and watch the dogs if she goes out for a night. Because the dogs are spoiled, and they don't...
But why? And who? I mean, it really doesn't make sense.
I have no idea. Why on earth would I know something like that?
Fair. I am so sensitive to fabric, it's ridiculous.
Oh,
Gotta
what
love
now?
ADHD. That just sounds like it hurts. All three of them turned and saw Akane. Oh no, Junpei thought, it's...
June!
Dirt is better than wooden floors. Especially because, with dirt you can get, ferns and stuff. She stopped short, surprised to see them, and was very nearly bowled over by the rest of her companions who were coming through the door behind her. Yay, meet up.
Ace! Santa! Clover! And Lotus!
Guess everyone's here.
Yeah! Gang's back. Junpei and Seven were, for the moment, at a loss for words.
What are you guys doing?
Why are you...
That's my line?
Perhaps we should exchange information.
I have the hardest time falling asleep in general. I was like every single night medicated for it for like 13, 14 years. I can do it slightly better now since the pandemic. I don't really have like a specific time I need to be asleep by to get to be awake by, and I've also been taking anti-anxiety med, which helps a lot, but I have such a hard time sleeping. After a moment of silence and surprise, everyone suddenly began to talk, desperate to exchange information. They talked about the rooms they'd been through and how they'd ended up in the same place. Of course, none of it was very useful information, but that hardly mattered. Yeah. I did one time fall asleep at the kitchen table and kind of like lay my head in the chicken soup I was eating. They were happy to simply see each other again. Aww, friends! Although the level of cheer varied greatly from person to person, each one of them was wearing some manner of smile. Almost as though they had already forgotten about the death of the ninth man. I sure had. No, thought Junpei, perhaps that wasn't it. Perhaps thoughts of his death were what drove them to smile at one another. Not in a morbid or hateful way, no. The ninth man had died, but they were still alive, and that was something to be happy about. A sort of simple, uncomplicated joy, Junpei thought, the joy of being alive. Still alive. He felt sorry for the ninth man, but more than anything, Junpei was just happy to be alive. Ninth man brought it on himself. I've never fallen asleep in class.
And that's what we know.
Okay, one time I was with a friend when we were like teenagers, and I couldn't find where the fuck she was. She was over at my house. I couldn't find her. I was looking for her and calling for her, and I was like, oh no, something has happened. I found her outside in the gravel driveway in the sun, just fallen asleep. I don't know. Oh, there's cores everywhere. Okay. And with that, Junpei finished his own explanation.
Well, this isn't
Pretty
good.
much.
If the red is inactive, we can't keep going.
What about that big hallway? Maybe there's somewhere in there we might be able to go.
No, there's nothing there. The 5 of us had a quick look. There are plenty more hospital rooms, but nothing else.
You mean all those doors are for hospital rooms?
Yes. There are a number of individual rooms in addition to this large one.
There was a door at the end of the hallway, but it was locked.
It had one of those solar system mark things on it.
Which one?
It was the Jupiter symbol.
Jupiter.
I wonder what it means.
Oh no. You pulled an all-nighter in 5th grade? Were you studying or just not able to fall asleep? Confusion seemed to be the consensus.
While we're asking what things mean, what's the deal with this room?
Saturn, Earth, Venus, Merc, and... Okay.
I mean, I thought this was a cruise ship, but I can't imagine a cruise ship would have a hospital like this.
No one, not even Snake, appeared ready to offer an answer until 7 unexpectedly spoke up.
Well, I figure it's probably a hospital ship. Chances are it's the Gigantic.
The Gigantic?
Oh, that's why the server's named what it is. Junpei looked at 7, shocked both by his knowledge and the apparent identity of their prison. He was not the only one.
What is this gigantic?
7 nodded to Lotus and began to speak.
The Gigantic. She was a sister ship to the Titanic, built in the early 20th century.
Fair. Fair, Kate.
Actually, the Titanic had 2 sister ships, and they looked exactly the same. The Gigantic was said to be one of them. They intended to make her a passenger liner like the Titanic, but World War I began soon after the ship launched. The British Navy took her over and made her a hospital
I'm
ship.
gonna ignore that.
At some point during the war, the Gigantic was damaged by a German mine in the Aegean Sea. She ran aground afterwards, so she didn't end up sunk. What happened to her after that? One theory going around is that a man named Lord Gordain bought her.
It's fine.
Seemed like he'd been one of the few to survive the Titanic sinking. That trauma turned him into some kind of obsessive collector of all things related to the Titanic. Soon enough, the guy wanted the Titanic itself. Which was impossible, of course. It's stuck at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. But the Gigantic wasn't. And seeing as she was identical...
So you're saying this Lord Gordain bought this ship?
Yeah, at least I think I am.
Yay, anacondas.
That's
Anyway, sorry.
impossible.
I had.
No way we're in some boat that's almost 100 years old.
Yeah, I definitely am a day sleeper. I start getting. It's weird though because I will go a long time without getting tired sometimes, and then sometimes my fatigue is just like, you cannot do anything, so you might as well sleep. Hasakonda.
Pipe down, just pay attention. What, that's it? Well, have you got any proof?
Proof?
I would have started the stream earlier, but I really needed to clean out my rodent cages, and they needed it more than I needed to start the stream faster, and I actually had the function to do it, so yeah, sorry.
Proof that this ship is really the Gigantic.
Well, this ship's got stuff that's like the Titanic and a hospital ship. So, I just figured...
Oh, for goodness. Don't tell me that's your only reason.
No, I've got more.
Like?
Well, I mean...
Seven looked around desperately, doing anything to avoid meeting Lotus's piercing stare. By the way, Seven is suspect. He is suspect. He knows too much, and the amnesia, he's suspect. He scratched his head for a moment, then gave up. Finally, he opened his mouth.
I don't know.
Lotus sighed and shook her head.
I guess your memory isn't back yet, is it?
Yeah, sorry about that.
It was, to be fair, it's pretty much Junpei who did that. He's not really said any sexist things yet. Him and Junpei and Snake have, but not him. He did laugh at the sexist thing though, so. Then, almost as if to save Seven from further embarrassment, boom, a bell began to ring from far away. Ah.
A bell.
It sounds like the clock in the main stairway. 10, 11, 12. 12.
It's midnight. Then we've still got 6 hours left, right?
Let's get going. We gotta find the missing parts for the Reds.
What do you mean, find? How on earth do you propose we do that?
We've looked everywhere in this room,
They had been examining the room as they talked.
but we haven't found anything.
Yeah.
Right.
That only leaves one place to look.
I guess that just shows that we have progressed as a society, and it is a sign of progress and is a good thing.
One?
Well, not just one.
Huh?
Wait. Don't tell me you mean we need to search all of the other rooms.
Well, you already checked some of them out before you came here, right?
We each checked a single room, so 5 rooms in total.
All right then. That's 5 rooms we don't have to search. We just have to split up the rest between the 8 of us. If each of us can do 6 rooms apiece, we'll have the other 48 rooms cleared in no time.
How did you
There
count
are
all of
48
those?
other rooms?
Oh, thank you, Lotus. Lotus did not seem excited by the prospect. Seven fidgeted nervously before responding.
Maybe?
What? What? Miss? What, miss? Ah! He died. After some discussion, the 8 of them decided which rooms to begin with and in what order they would go. Junpei was chosen to search the rooms on the starboard side, moving from fore to aft.
All right, so everyone knows which area they're searching?
Yeah.
You're snack hungry.
Yes.
They also determined when they would return to report their findings. The next time the clock sounded the time. Hi, Cat. When it did, they would meet back in the large central room full of beds.
We'll all meet up when the clock goes off again. How about in that room with all the beds?
Yeah. Sounds straightforward enough.
If during their search any one of them were to locate the missing components, they were to yell for the others.
I'll shout if I find any of the components we need.
I hope we can find them within the time limit.
Cat. It does, actually. If the strategy failed, they'd return to discuss their options later.
If we can't,
My
then
only
we'll just have
snacks
to
are
come up with
very,
another
very,
plan.
very much not stream friendly because all I have left are carrots and hummus, and I very much love carrots and hummus, but I cannot do that on stream because, yeah, obviously, carrots crunch. Like fingers.
Right.
Then let's do this.
Hi, babies. The details decided, they left to begin searching. Oh, God, no. Out into the hallway they went, each to the rooms they'd been assigned. However, dun dun dun. From far away, Junpei heard the bell ring. It did so only once. It was 1 a.m.
It's 1. I better get back to the others.
Yes. I have the hungry, but cannot make yourself move to do the actual food thing, so you just don't. He jogged through the entrance of the large hospital room to find 6 of the others already there.
Huh?
I got Pita Pit today. That was pretty good. Ace, Santa, Clover, June, Seven, and Lotus. Ow. They had gathered in front of door number 8. Or perhaps to be accurate, they had gathered in front of the red next to door number 8.
What are they doing over there?
Had one of them found the missing piece?
What happened, guys?
It was June who answered him.
Jumpy, look!
She was pointing at the red. That is a struggle, Peacock. He pushed through the others until he stood in front of it. Immediately, he knew what she had meant.
Vacant. Come on, guys. Who was it?
I'm sorry you're so tired.
I thought we were supposed to yell if we found it.
Do you have hummus and carrots? Because that's pretty yummy.
Well,
Junpei wondered why she was hesitating. The others looked as confused as June, but kept their mouths shut.
What the hell? What is up with you guys?
They all knew something he didn't, and Junpei wasn't about to leave things that way. Finally, Lotus frowned and spoke.
Well, that's the
That's a
thing.
shame.
We don't know.
You don't know.
When I got back, it was already like this. There was no one else here. That means I was the first one back, but the missing parts were already back in the red.
What? Let me see.
Junpei looked at the bottom of the red again just to make sure. The slot had been open, and on the bottom was now covered with metal.
You're right. It's in there. What about the other 2?
They're the same.
Let me take a look.
Junpei quickly examined the other 2 boxes.
It's just as you said.
Satisfied that they were also repaired, but still very confused, he returned to the others.
Alright, I just want to be sure here. Nobody has any idea what the hell happened here, right?
Okay, somebody is missing,
Correct.
right?
None.
Ace and June nodded silently. Seven raised his hands as if to say, not me, and Santa just shrugged. Hi, Star! I don't know, it said 6 of the others, which means there would be one missing. Right? Only Clover lowered her head and did nothing.
Huh. Wait a minute.
That was when he noticed.
Where's
Ow.
Snake?
Ah! Ha! I called it! Junpei swept his eyes over the room, across the room a second time, but Snake was nowhere to be seen.
Does that mean that he found them?
I've no idea. There's nothing to suggest it, but nothing to suggest he didn't either.
I don't suppose we'll know until we can ask him in person.
Well, whatever he did or didn't do, he's pretty damn late. What the hell is
Just
he up
opinions on Star Wars and Star Trek and Lord of the Rings and hummus. Pretty much. And sleep. Lots of sleep and fucked up beds.
Maybe he's lost.
Yeah, well, that seems likely. Dude can't see. I don't know how he gets around in the first place.
That's a little bit. Yeah. Clover raised her head.
No! That's impossible!
Suddenly she was shouting.
Yeah, my brother's blind, but he's got really great hearing. He can get around as well as anyone who can see.
Hell yeah, Theo.
So he couldn't get lost. That's impossible.
I'm invested in the plot. Clover had started to shake, and the knuckles of her hands had gone white. She spun around, but before she did, Junpei noticed tears welling up in her eyes.
I'm gonna go look for him.
The words were barely out of her mouth when she began to run.
Hey, hold on, Clover. Wait!
Junpei cried out to her, but he was too slow. She kept going, and before anyone else could react, she was gone.
Well, that didn't work. Damn it. What should we do now?
Well, the red is working now.
No, we're not leaving 2 people behind. We
Yeah.
should go look for them.
Oh, man. This ain't good.
Oh, yes, what an excellent idea. We just wasted a bunch of time looking for some piece of electronic junk. Now let's waste some more by looking for a couple of idiots.
Then remain here if you feel you must, but there's no time. We've only 5 hours left.
Junpei and the others nodded to one another and took off at a run. In front of the stairs that led to B deck, they decided to split up.
Let's split up.
All right, I'll take this direction.
Then I shall look that way.
I'll be over here.
See you all later.
Soon only 2 of them were left. Those 2 were Junpei and June, who had been a few steps behind the others. You really should have given her a different frickin' nickname.
Alright, we should go too.
Yes, let's go. But where should we start?
Let's see.
Yes, but the name is too similar to Junpei. It's too similar to Junpei. Let's... Because it's hard to read. Where am I gonna search? Where would he be? Was he hiding in the large hospital room, maybe? Here.
Oh, what about the first class cabin on B deck?
Okay, let's go, Jumpy.
They took off up the stairs at a run. Outside of the first class cabin, they found Clover. She was standing in front of the wall. She was staring at a meaningless point on the wall, her eyes blank. Oh no, I'm sorry. What should Junpei do? I am gonna talk to her.
Are you alright?
He did his best to sound friendly, but Clover didn't respond.
Look, I know you're really worried, but,
He could think of no words to say that didn't sound hollow and fake. Junpei hesitated. Clover was so consumed by worry and fear that Junpei feared it would crush her. Her actions didn't surprise him. She had suddenly lost her brother, who she seemed to have been very close to.
Alone.
Her voice was thin and barely audible.
Alone.
Hmm?
Alone. I said leave me alone!
Suddenly she was screaming.
You're so annoying! Just go away and leave me alone! Just looking at you guys is pissing me off! Go away, okay? Just go somewhere else! Stop bothering me!
That seems like an overreaction. Junpei was taken aback. I know she's worried, but... Such anger and hate. Jun's eyes had gone wide with surprise as well.
Why are you still here? Didn't you hear me? Huh? Fine, forget it. If you aren't gonna leave, then I'll just...
All right, let's go, June.
Yeah.
They turned and left Clover. As they did, Junpei glanced back over her shoulder to see Clover wiping tears from her face. Clover had driven home the misery of their situation, but Junpei told himself that getting depressed would get him nowhere but depressed. That's fair.
We really need to find Snake, for Clover's sake.
He did his best to push away the misery and depression and forced a smile.
So, where do you think we should go next?
I guess the casino.
How about the casino?
Let's go take a look.
They turned and headed off down the hallway to the right at a jog. Before they knew it, they were there. So was Lotus. She was leaning against the wall, examining her nails.
Hey, what do you think you're doing?
She glanced up at him, unimpressed.
Isn't it obvious? I'm looking for Snake.
I'm just not seeing it.
Really? Maybe you need to look harder.
I don't think that's the problem.
Oh, by the way, I've got a proposal for you two. Care to hear it?
Oh no, secret alliance.
What is it?
Well, I don't like to beat around the bush, so I'll get right to it. Why don't we team up?
Team up?
No, work all together!
Yeah. What? You need me to explain it to you? I'm saying, why don't we go through a numbered door?
Even if we wanted to, that's impossible.
Why?
Jumpy's bracelet number is 5, mine is 6, and yours is 8. Our digital root would be 1. But there's no number 1 door in the large hospital room. The only doors there are 3, 7, and 8.
Then we add another person.
Huh?
Who?
What? Isn't that easy? 7.
Oh, if we add 7, 5 plus 6 plus 8 plus 7 equals 26. The digital root of 26...
Then the 4 of them could go through the number 8 door.
Wait a
But
minute. What about the other 4? Ace, Snake, Santa, and Clover.
Well, why don't you add them up?
that was simple enough.
1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 10. And 1 plus 0 equals... The digital root for those 4 would be 1.
That's right.
And you know the number 1 door isn't in the big hospital room, right?
Of course I know that.
No! Are you saying you'd leave them behind?
Of
Such a
course not.
dumb
What kind of woman do
idea.
you think I am? Once we get off the ship, we could come back and rescue them, couldn't we? Then we
So
wouldn't really
dumb.
be leaving them behind.
Such a dumb idea.
Don't try to lie to us. I don't think you do anything of the sort.
Really? Why do you think that?
You remember, don't you? We have less than 5 hours left. Even if we manage
So
to escape,
dumb.
there's no way we could come back to rescue them in less than 5 hours.
Well, you never know until you try.
No, you're not thinking this through.
Why are you even suggesting this?
Even if we brought 7 with us, we wouldn't be able to get off the ship. The 4 of us couldn't open door 9. It is
Thank
hidden,
you.
but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a 9.
Right? Like, no, this doesn't make
Yeah,
any
that's right.
sense.
The digital root for the 4 of us would be 8, so we'd have to add Ace to make 9.
That's right. Unless we bring Ace too, we'll be stuck.
Lotus scratched the back of her ear.
Oh. Well, that's unfortunate.
Unfortunate. That's all you have to say?
Bagels are good too. She didn't sound particularly bothered by what Junpei said. Lotus is just being an idiot real quick. Nor did she seem particularly surprised.
Well, let's try and find another way, okay? A way to get out of here with all 8 of us.
That's
Yes,
impossible.
work together!
Are you being serious? And you do know that only 5 people, at most, can go through one of the numbered doors, right? The number 9 isn't going to be an exception to that rule. Regardless, at least 3 people will get left behind.
Huh.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
The moment he said it, Junpei felt a chill run down his spine.
No. Wait just a second. You're skipping over a really big detail.
Yes, what she said was true, but how Lotus could remain cavalier about so terrifying a prospect was beyond him.
Is that really okay? That means 3 people will die in the end. Are you okay with that? That's just...
Lotus's forehead
You
furrowed.
think I could have a moment alone? There's some things I need to think about.
Okay, maybe rehash your logic a bit. Junpei and June turned and began walking away from Lotus.
That didn't turn out to be a very pleasant conversation.
No,
Yeah.
it did not. Junpei's heart felt heavy and his step sluggish. But he told himself pessimism would get them nowhere.
Regardless,
So he forced himself to smile and turned to June.
let's just focus on finding Snake for now, okay?
Yes, you're right. We can think about those other things later.
Yeah.
Junpei nodded.
All right. Where should we go next?
Can you go to them more than once? Okay,
Let's
check
go take a
back
look
in
at
on
the
Clover.
first-class cabin. It's
They turned around and took off down the hallway to their left.
no one's here. Maybe we'll have more luck somewhere else. But where?
Okay, I had to check. Let's do a hallway with all the rooms.
Why don't we go back to C deck? We can take a look at that hallway with all the rooms.
Okay, let's get going then.
Together they ran down the stairs.
Oh, it's Ace.
Ahead of them, further down the hallway, they spotted Ace.
Hey, Snake! Where are you? Answer me if you're there!
What should Junpei do? Let's go talk to
Let's
Ace.
go.
With June in tow, Junpei jogged up to Ace. Hearing their footsteps, he turned to greet them.
Ah, hello there. Snake is... Well, that's obvious, isn't it? I assume you haven't found him yet?
Yeah, it doesn't seem like you're having any luck either.
I really wonder where he could have gone.
Well, wherever he's disappeared to, we must find him as quickly as we can. For Clover's sake.
Right.
June's face looked kinda enraptured.
By the way, do you think Clover and Snake are really
Why would you say that?
Why would you say that? The question seemed somehow odd to Junpei.
Why? Well, it's obvious, isn't it?
What's...
They don't look alike at all.
She has pink hair. You don't know what color frickin' Snake's eyes were?
Yes, you know, now that you mention it.
And also,
They don't.
they could be adopted siblings. They would still be siblings. Now that you mention
Still,
it,
there are a great many siblings who do not look like one
thank
another.
you.
It certainly isn't rare.
Junpei wasn't sure why or even if he was seeing what he thought he was. But he could have sworn that Ace's face tightened as he spoke. Ace's face, Ace's face.
At any rate, we really must find Snake as soon as possible. The clock is ticking. We really can't afford to waste any time. Very well. Let's get back to the search, shall we? You can leave this area to me.
All right. Let's go, Jumpy.
At June's urging, they left. They found themselves back at the stairs, but Junpei's mind was in turmoil.
Something about that was...
what's 999
Think
week?
on it later. Like Ace said, finding Snake is our top priority.
Junpei did his best to clear his mind.
All right, where should we go next?
I guess back to the large hospital room.
Why don't we go back to the big hospital room?
Okay, let's go then.
Ah,
Hey, wait, that's...
on the way to the large hospital, Junpei and June noticed Santa standing next to the number 3 door.
Santa?
Junpei paused. What should Junpei do? No, he is not gonna try that, is he? He saw what happened to 9. No, Santa!
What are you doing?
What? You can't tell? I'm checking out the red.
Why? Is there something bothering you?
What? It's not bothering you?
Huh?
The guts of this red. Why wouldn't you wonder who the hell put it back in here?
Yeah, that's true. Well, I'm curious too, but
Who do you think did it?
Okay, what is done on those days? Santa's eyes narrowed as he looked at June. She shook her head.
I don't know.
Well, what about you, Junpei? Who do you think fixed this thing for us?
It's either Snake or Zero. Oh, fan art. Okay. Snake or Zero, Snake or Zero, Snake or Zero, Snake or Zero. I'm gonna go with Zero or someone other. I would say 7 might have. I don't trust 7. Let's go with somebody
Maybe
else.
there's someone else on this ship with us.
You mean someone hiding here?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just an idea.
And you're saying this mystery person fixed the reds?
Yeah?
Why?
That's, I don't know.
Santa shoved his hands into his pockets and cracked his knuckles.
Seems unlikely.
Why?
I don't know. Just a feeling. Hard to believe Zero'd bring in a secret 10th player. I mean, the name of the game is the Nonary game, for Christ's sake.
I don't know what
You
that
know what
means.
Nonary means,
No!
right? It means 9.
Oh, okay.
No, that's not what I meant. I mean more like someone who's been living here for a long time. Or someone who, like, stayed here.
Are you talking about ghosts?
Seriously? That's even more ridiculous. Why do you think Zero would leave them alone?
Junpei furrowed his brow.
So, in other words, one of us is the person who fixed the red.
Santa grinned.
Bingo! We have a winner.
But if that's true, then the person who did it doesn't want the rest of us to know that they fixed it.
Yeah,
But why?
no idea. Maybe if they come clean on that, it means we'd find out something else. Something bad.
Something bad?
Dunno. But whatever it is, it's gotta be worth hiding. Of course, it could have something to do with Snake's disappearance.
You think maybe they did something to Snake?
Yeah,
Snake might have figured out something because of good hearing. Junpei stared at Santa. There was something about him that made Junpei wary. At first, he'd assumed the other man wasn't terribly clever, but Junpei was beginning to think he would need to reevaluate that assessment. When Santa spoke again, his voice was quiet.
look, if you trust anybody in this game, you're gonna lose. You've gotta be careful. The person you trust the most could turn out to be the one who stabs you in the
Definitely
back.
gonna be Akane. Hi, Nick! With that depressing suggestion, he turned and quietly walked away.
And that's that, I guess.
Junpei and June looked at one another and smiled awkwardly. I still can't believe none of them picked up the 9th man's knife. Where would they go next? Let's check on the casino
Let's
again?
go take a look around the casino.
Okay.
It could be useful. It could be. There could be a thing where, like a puzzle, where you gotta cut a rope. There are so many uses for a knife. I would have taken a knife, and I would have held it right. They quickened their pace and headed for B deck.
There's no one here. Let's try somewhere else.
Okay, shit.
Let's go back downstairs and check out that hallway with all the doors.
The knife could be very useful. Together, they ran down the stairs. There are so many uses for a knife.
Nobody's here. Let's look somewhere
Snake,
else.
of course, was nowhere to be found.
But where?
Why
I'm
don't
done
we go back to the
searching.
big hospital room?
Okay, let's go then.
They turned and headed back towards the large hospital room. I'm done searching.
I don't think anyone is here. What next?
They looked everywhere they could think of, but Snake was nowhere to be found.
Snake hasn't been anywhere we've searched.
Lotus looked around at 6 frustrated faces and spoke.
And we can't keep looking for him. Wherever he is, it's not here.
No, I would keep the knife. I would keep the knife.
We need to get moving.
I wouldn't give it to anybody. I'd keep it. Junpei couldn't disagree with what she was saying. Snakes seemed to have completely disappeared. I bet there's secret passages. There was no... Well, you could do it secretly. Be like, hey, I thought it would be useful in case we come to a thing and we need a knife. There are so many uses for a knife that don't revolve around stabbing people. The others seemed to be having similar thoughts, but they stayed silent. I have not seen an airlock. If there was an airlock, you could escape. Finally, 7 spoke.
We don't got a choice. Lotus is right. We're not gonna find Snake. There's a problem, though. We've got to figure out who's gonna go through which door.
Yes, I have a proposal.
Of course you do. She walked back and forth across the floor, her heels clicking against the wood. Finally, she stopped.
Why don't we decide on one person to sacrifice?
Sacrifice?
Great. Sure. Sure.
Perhaps
That's
a bit of a harsh word.
absolutely the right thing.
You've all figured it out by now, haven't you? We can't all make it through those doors. If we split into 2 teams of 4 and 3 people respectively, then 3 people will be left behind. If we split into 2 teams of 5 and 2 people respectively, then 2 people will be left behind. But if we split into 2 groups of 3 and leave 1 person out, then only 1 person will be left behind.
Wait. Okay, she is. So the math is right there. I was trying to just make sure. Math is right. Math is right. I'm gonna go with the math being right. Okay. It wasn't pleasant, but she was right. There wasn't any way that the numbers worked out. See, if you had a knife, you might be able to go through those fucking crown moldings and get around the door. Anyway. If one group was 4, the other group would always have a digital route that didn't match a door. When 7 spoke, his voice was strained.
Then...
But what about the unmarked door? What if it has, like, the right thing? The crown molding? The thing at the top. The wall. The molding. Okay, but the unmarked door. What if... Have you tried reds on the unmarked door?
Yes, we do.
It doesn't have a red, does it? Does it not have a red?
Given our circumstances, it's logically and morally the best solution. If the other 6 are to survive, then 1 person has to
I thought it had a
sacrifice
red.
themselves.
No, that's too cruel.
What's so cruel about it?
To just sacrifice someone like that?
Then what's your plan? Maybe we should sacrifice 2 people instead of just 1.
That's not what I meant! We shouldn't sacrifice anyone!
I told you, that's impossible. Wake up.
Whoa, whoa, calm down, you two.
Santa stepped between Lotus and June.
Look, what Lotus is trying to say is, you should aim to bring the greatest amount of happiness to the greatest amount of people, right?
Exactly. That's how democracy works.
Yes, this is absolutely democratic.
And for that reason, I think the only fair way to decide who will be sacrificed is through a vote. What do you think?
Crown molding is a very... Crown molding is like a normal thing.
No! That's terrible!
I'm not asking you. Shut up. What about you, Santa?
Me? Well, I agree, I guess.
All right, that's 1 vote for. Counting mine, that's 2. 7.
I mean,
I can't say I agree with you, but
she kind of
we don't
makes a
exactly
point.
have a choice. If we don't do something, we're all gonna die.
Oh, glad to see you get it. If I can get 1 more vote, then it's decided. What about you, Clover?
She's gonna offer to stay behind, isn't she? Clover had moved away from the group and was sitting on one of the beds. This is true. It was kind of mean. Her whole body drooped. Junpei didn't know if she'd even heard Lotus's proposal.
Hey, Clover.
Lotus walked over to Clover and gently laid a hand on her shoulder.
Your brother has to be behind one of the numbered doors. We've searched everywhere, but we didn't find him. Doesn't that mean he has to have gone through one of them somehow?
Clover slowly lifted her face.
Let's go look for him together, okay? If we sacrifice
Oh
one
man,
person,
you're so
then we can do
manipulative.
the You agree with me, right?
Okay.
Oh, she's so manipulative. Clover nodded once. Yeah, gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss. Literally gatekeeping.
The motion carries.
Lotus spun around and walked toward Junpei. Yeah.
Now, let's start a vote to...
That won't be necessary.
Ace had barely spoken for Lotus's entire speech, and everyone jumped a little. 6 pairs of eyes turned to look at him. He didn't seem to notice or even care.
I will stay. That should solve our problem, yes?
Ace, what are you saying? No, you can't do that. That won't solve anything.
It will solve something. June's voice shook, and she looked around desperately for someone to agree with her. Ace simply looked at her.
June, I'm afraid you may have misunderstood me. I said I would stay, but I never said I would sacrifice myself.
Huh?
I trust you. Each and every one of you. I believe you'll come back for me.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's optimistic, and then there's just nuts. Those doors only go one way. You go in, you don't come out. If we go through them.
You won't be able to return, correct?
Yeah.
True, but that will not be the case once you've escaped from the ship.
What?
Please, I beg you. Once you've escaped, come back and rescue me. Ideally, within the time limit Zero has given
Also,
us.
there is still the cutting off the arm thing, and that could have been done with the knife. But this is a hospital. I'm sure there's, like, saws and shit.
No, that's ridiculous. There's no way we could get back in time.
Finally, Junpei could hold his tongue no longer.
We've only got 5 hours left. We don't even know where the hell we are. How on earth are we gonna find someone to come and rescue you?
Then, perhaps you would prefer to stay instead of me? Or perhaps you would be willing to leave June behind?
They're in a medical place. This is literally the best, like, death game solution for cutting off an arm. There's probably bandages and saws and shit all over. Ace's voice was dignified and without a hint of cruelty or malice. Well, no, but it could be useful, especially if you're like, hey, I have this knife. But also, he could just cut off his arm and then it would be fine. Junpei had no rebuttal.
You see, there's no other choice. Then I see we've come to our conclusion. Go on. Don't worry yourselves about me. Go, quickly.
Junpei stood frozen by indecision, unable to move. Yeah, but Ace could. Okay, yes. Obviously, it's a last-ditch resort. But if he's gonna die in 5 hours anyway, I would rather cut off my arm than die. Personally. Well, you could also wait. Like, he doesn't have to, like, die. I don't know. It's a thing. It's a thing. I have considered there are passageways. I'm just saying it's a possibility. June bit her lips so hard that Junpei feared she would break the skin. Santa stood against the wall, calm and aloof. Yes, it is a drastic possibility, but it is a possibility. Seven tore his beanie from his head and turned it over anxiously in his hands. Only Clover stared at Ace with an expression Junpei was unable to decipher. Lotus's attitude, however, was different from the others.
Good. Let's accept his kind offer then.
She smiled, her eyes bright. Ace answered with a smile of his own.
Good. I think this is the best for me. Perhaps I'll be able to take a nap.
Not in these beds.
It may be my age, but I get tired so easily these days.
As he spoke, Ace lowered himself down to the floor next to one of the beds. See, even he doesn't want to sit on those beds. From somewhere deep in the ship, Junpei suddenly heard the screeching of metal on metal. It was almost as if the ship were screaming. Would it really hold until their time limit was up? Already, D-Deck was flooded. In the sudden silence, the only sound was the sad metal wail of the ship. Unsurprisingly, it was Lotus who spoke first.
Well, what are you waiting for? We're wasting time. Why don't we hurry it up?
As if a spell had been broken, the others all began to talk at once.
You're right. We should get going. That's all we can do right now.
7.
Seriously. Honestly, I was getting kind of sick of listening to you guys talk.
You too, Santa? I have to find my brother.
Wait, all of you. Let's just calm down and think about this.
Yeah, I kind of like Lotus.
There has to be a way to get everyone out. There has to be. Right, Jumpy? Say something.
Yeah, let's think. There's gotta be another way.
His words sounded hollow and fake.
Fine. Forget about it. I'll figure it out on my own.
She spun around and ran towards Ace. He had slumped down next to the bed where June grabbed his arm and pulled.
Ace! Come on, Ace. Please stand up. You can't give up yet. We just have to sit down together and think about this. We'll figure out a way that we can all get out of here.
Then it happened. Ace fell forward. He slumped over onto the wooden floor, his body folded in half like a boxer out cold.
Ace!
June cried out and dropped to her knees beside him. She put her arm around his neck and did her best to lift him up.
What happened? Ace, say something.
It's the virus. She shook him frantically. His eyes fluttered open.
I'm all right.
His voice was weak and slightly slurred.
How are you all right?
This
He held out his left arm and slowly opened his hand.
A syringe?
Uh-oh. It was a syringe and a small vial. Is he gonna stop his heart? It had only recently been emptied. A few drops clung to the sides. That's smart. He's gonna make his heart rate reach 0 so the watch stops. That's smart. I didn't know that was on the table.
Soparil beta. What does this do? Did you use this?
Yes. It's just anesthetic. I'll be fine.
Anesthetic?
I found it earlier. While we were searching the hospital rooms. I thought it might be useful later. I didn't think I'd be using it on myself.
Why did you do this?
Didn't I tell you? I'd like to take a nap. I really am. Very tired.
Junpei knew that wasn't why he'd done it. Ace had injected himself with the anesthetic to forestall Junpei and Jun's attempts to bring him along. If he couldn't move, there was nothing they could do. He'd injected himself so that they would be forced to leave him behind.
Ace.
Is there something you want to say? I just like to sleep a little. Could you keep it down?
Oh.
No, don't, Ace. Don't fall asleep.
You feel warm. So comfortable. I think I'll have a nice dream.
Ace's eyelids drooped further and further. Yes. Yes, I can. I thought I had done that. I have to do it in the game. Menu.
Ace! Ace!
Oh, shit. I have to save. There's no option. Return the title screen. Yes. Options.
The nonary game. The nonary game.
Is that better? Better? Or should I go higher? Perf. Okay, good. Is my voice still at a good level on top of it? Need to turn it down on my screen though. On my headphones. Okay, good. Actually, with this, oh, that was up. That was up. That was up. Okay, resuming.
Ace! Ace!
Okay, actually, I'm gonna take a bathroom break real fast because I got to pee, since there's like a delay and I realized that I actually have to pee. So I'll be right back. I am back. I don't object to Bicon Junpei agenda. She shook his shoulder again and again, but this time he didn't respond. I could see it. Only the gentle rising and falling of his chest told them that he was alive. Junpei was relieved to see he was in fact still breathing.
Let's get him up on a bed.
This is true, though I don't know if this technically counts as gathering, considering they're all kind of forced off. Forced there, because of Zero. Unless Zero is like a bigot and targeting queer people, but he's very disability accommodating, so... He lifted Ace up off the floor and laid him on the bed he'd been leaning against. When Junpei turned around, Lotus gave him a look of pity.
Well, we really don't have a choice now. We can't let his sacrifice go to waste. Right?
Like you even mean that.
You say something?
No, nothing.
It felt wrong, but he had to agree. Then suddenly, Santa spoke. Why isn't there an options in the frickin' thing? Better? Better. I want it to be better. I realized as I was watching my VOD from last night that the whole time the game was like super quiet. It's like, god damn it. So yes, if something is like that, just let me know so I can fix it. Okay, then suddenly Santa spoke.
Yeah, but we're not done choosing yet, are we?
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, we haven't decided who's going in what door.
Oh, yes. Yes, that's true.
Oh no.
Enough of this screwing around. Let's decide. You first, Lotus. Which door do you want?
I want door number 8.
That sucks about your stew. Could you add some more, like, beef broth to it to help with the thickness?
It's the same number as my bracelet number.
Got it. You're 8. You're next, 7. Which one do you want?
I'll take 7. I can't get along with that old lady.
What?
She's not old.
What did you just say?
Why are you being so mean? Her face distorted by rage, Lotus took a step toward 7. He threw up his hands and made a face like a child caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
Who, me? I didn't say nothing.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, you're gonna get it next time.
She shot him a glare that would have melted steel, then turned and stalked off.
Alright, who's next?
Santa's gaze moved across the 3 people left. Finally, they stopped on Junpei.
Junpei, which door do you want?
At last. Junpei's mind was already made up. Shit. I want to go with... Shit, now I have to do the math. I want to go with Santa, if I can. 8 plus 3 plus 5 is 17. Wait, 16. 8 plus 3 is 11, plus 5 is 16. 1 and 6 is 7. So if I do 7, I'll go with Lotus and Santa. Which sounds good. No, wait. Lotus is going to 8. Fuck. Wait. Fuck. Okay, help me with this math. What are the options for characters? Ah! I want... Dang it. Okay, so there's... I need to write down all these fucking numbers. Okay, just so I can have a visual... 5, 6, 7, 8. Just so I can have a visual. Okay, so 1 and 2 are not available right now. So 5, there's 8 is in the 8 door and 7 is in the 7 door. I'm doing math, I'm trying to figure things out. Just give me a second. Okay, so 5 plus 3 is 8. 8 and 8 is 16. 5 plus 6 is 11. That's 9. 5 plus 5 plus. I don't want to leave anybody behind. Don't want to leave anyone behind. Just tell me different rooms. Don't make me do math. I don't mind backgaming. Ace is, but he's already being left behind. I don't want to leave anybody additional behind. Fuck. I'm just gonna pick randomly. 7 or 8. Click 3? Why should I click 3? Is it funny dialogue? Is funny dialogue or something? Okay.
I want to go through door number 3.
Nope, you can't.
Huh? Why?
Because it's impossible.
Nope, you can't.
If we split ourselves into 3 and 3, then we give up on going through door 3.
Why?
The bracelet
Math.
numbers for the 6 of us are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 2 combinations that can go through door 3 with 3 people. 3, 4, 5, or 6, 7, 8. That's it. Of course, 2 teams can't go through the same door.
I see. That means one team would get left behind.
That's right.
That doesn't happen if we go through door 7 or 8?
No, they're fine. We've got 3 options.
Sans began to explain.
Option A, have 3, 5, and 8 go through door 7.
Ah! Yay! Yay!
And 4, 6, 7 go through door 8.
Excellent. Have 3, 5, and 8 go through door 7. 3 Santa and 8. Oh!
Option B, 4, 5, and 7 go through 7. And 3, 6, and 8 go through 8. Option C,
I think I want option A.
3, 6, and 7 go through 7. And 4, 5,
I want
and 8
option A.
get 8. Those are the only 3 options. That's it. At least if we want to get all 6 of us out of here.
Wait.
That was when Junpei realized. Plan A divides into 2 teams. 3, 5, 8, and 4, 6, 7. Plan B divides into 2 teams. 4, 5, 7, and 3, 6, 8. Plan C divides into... Plan C divides into 2 teams. 3, 6, 7, and 4, 5, 8.
That means
There was one thing they all had in common.
5 and 6 can never be on the same team. If
That's
we want
fine.
all 6 of us to go through a door, then June and I can't go into the same
That's
one.
fine, I don't trust her anyway. June and Junpei had been friends when they were kids. He trusted her more than anyone else on the ship. If he chose 7 or 8, he'd been taken away from her.
Have you mulled it over enough, or do you need more time?
Will they not choose
Anyway,
8?
that's the deal, so think it over. You've got 2 choices, 7 or 8. You can't choose 3. If you choose 3, you're gonna be leaving 3 people behind to die. So what are you gonna do? 7 or 8? Time to...
Junpei thought hard. I really want to go with Lotus and Santa. Okay, let's go 7.
Okay. Fine. I'll go with door 7.
Okay, 7 it is.
Yeah.
Alright then. That means June's gotta go through 8.
Huh? Why?
June's face was blank and confused. Santa muttered to himself and turned to Junpei.
Ugh, Junpei, you figured it out, right? Can you explain it to her?
Okay, so, June, if we want all 6 of us to go through a door...
Junpei chose his words carefully. When Junpei finally finished, June looked as though she was about to cry.
Oh no. You're saying we aren't gonna see each other again for a long time.
Oh no. Fuck. I don't want either of them. I mean, they're fine. But they're not the ones I wanted. Junpei felt as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face. But he knew if they were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. In order for 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. Santa and Lotus, I wanted to go with. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed, steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile.
Hey, come on. You're making it sound like we're never gonna see each other again. We gotta split up, but only for a while. This is just like when we went into the 4 and 5 doors, remember? We got split up then too, but we all met back up. I'll bet 7 and 8 are just like that.
You mean they're connected somewhere?
Yeah, probably.
Probably.
She didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected.
Yeah, I'm sure they're gonna connect somewhere.
Why? What makes you think so?
If they don't, then neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of his shit so far. I don't think he'd blow it now. I'm damn sure that son of a bitch wants to have his fun as long as possible. He's not gonna end this game until we get through the 9 door.
June said nothing. The tears were gone, but her eyes were still sad as they looked at Junpei. He met them, and with what reassurance he could manage, he laid his head gently on her shoulder.
Everything's gonna be fine. We're gonna see each other again. I promise.
June bit her lip and gave him an almost imperceptible nod.
Yes. Promise?
Her voice was barely above a whisper. Santa's voice shattered the moment.
You guys are done, right?
He stretched and continued.
Anyway, that's pretty much it. Clover and I will both go into separate groups. I figure I'll take 8 and Clover can take 7. Any problems with that, Clover?
Clover looked away and was silent for a moment.
Whatever.
It was more of a dismissal than an agreement, but Santa didn't seem to care. I like Clover enough.
All right, we're ready to go then. Let's move.
At Santa's command, the group split and headed for their respective doors. Clover, 7, and Junpei walked towards 7. Santa, Lotus, and June headed for door 8. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. I chose the wrong one. 7 took a deep breath.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go.
Sorry.
It's open.
It's summer, so Bun sheds a lot, and there's bunny hair everywhere. A narrow hallway stretched out before them. 7 and Clover leapt through the door.
Let's do this!
Hurry!
I guess. The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. The detonators in the bracelets had been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them, but as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. Well, see, I thought I would be able to go with option A's thing. I thought I'd be able to, like, force my opinion, I guess, because I'm the main character of this game, blah, blah, blah. I wanted to go with Lotus, Santa, and me, but it didn't work out that way. Junpei stepped forward to follow them, but as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his right, toward door 8. Jun stood there, a mere image of Junpei. She turned and looked toward him. Their eyes met. They nodded.
June.
Jumpy.
Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds.
What the hell are you doing, Junpei?
Then someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. That makes a lot of sense, too. There's a time limit. He heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind him. His bracelet gave a cold electronic beep.
Only 81 seconds left!
Yeah, I did choose door 7. I messed up.
No time to waste, guys! Let's get moving!
7 led the way down the hallway. Junpei and Clover followed him as fast as they could. After what seemed like far more than 81 seconds, they reached the end of the hall. No, that's
the
cheating.
Door on the left. I can see
I have
it
to deal with I have to deal with the choices that I've made. There was no time to rest or catch their breath. All 3 slammed their hands in quick succession over the scanner panel on the dead. That sucks. I've not ever been able to go with Santa yet. Still trying to catch his breath, 7 leaned heavily against the wall.
It stopped. It stopped.
His smile seemed forced and a little crooked.
This is the second time we've gone through one of these numbered doors, but... whew, you never really get used to it.
I'm gonna write down which numbered doors we've had so far. We've had 4, 5, 7, 8, and 3 that nobody went into. Okay. Ah, my pen. Or no, that's my rerouting tool. He stood up straight, no longer out of breath, and wiped some of the sweat from his head and neck. Clover smirked at him.
I would have thought a guy your size would have bigger balls than that.
What? What the hell did you just say? Say it again! I dare you!
You have no...
Fucking cold
You wanna
motherfucker!
die?
I'd like to see you try.
Oh god, she is taking no shit.
You fucking brat! Alright, let's go!
Hey,
Fist
calm down,
fight!
guys. This isn't the time for
Fight!
this. It's not gonna do us any good.
It'd be funny to watch. I bet she'd kick his ass too. Junpei sighed. Sometimes he wondered if the doors and the puzzles were really the greatest challenge they faced.
Wait here for a minute, all right?
I
I'm gonna go
bet
see if
she
there
would
are any other
absolutely
doors.
kick his ass. There's hidden strength to that girl. They didn't respond, but Junpei wasn't in the mood for a conversation anyway.
We just came through this door. And of course it's shut tight.
Of course.
There's a short hallway on the left here, and an iron wall. I doubt I can get through it.
At last he gave up and returned to 7, who was tapping lightly on the wooden door.
This door's the only option we've got, right?
Yeah, looks like it.
Hey, something's written on the door. On that iron plate.
It says operating room. If this thing's telling the truth, there could be body parts inside here.
Well, this is probably not going to be pleasant.
What's the trigger warning? Should let all the viewers know, just in case. I'll probably be fine, but should let people know, just in case. Something about it made Junpei feel nervous. Okay, so we're gonna take a break while the trigger warnings are sent, just in case anybody is watching that hasn't played it and doesn't know, just in case. Don't want anybody to be squicked or anything if possible. I'll stretch while we do this. So how's everybody doing? That was pretty great. I forget what game I was playing, but oh no, it's Final Fantasy VII. Yeah, the original one. Tifa was like threatening to cut this dude's. Okay, trigger warnings are for medical buildings, fake body parts, surgical tools, and dummy models. So anybody who's watching, it might not be great. So at least there are warnings now. Thank you for that, Lizzie.
Well, there's no point to standing around. Might as well go in and see what's waiting for us.
Seven grabbed the brass knob and slowly opened the door. The creak of the hinge sounded like the groan of an old woman. Okay.
What's wrong?
No, it's nothing.
Yeah, I'm generally a pretty non-triggered person, but in case anybody that's watching that is, I'd always like to err on the side of caution. A chill snaked its way down Junpei's spine.
Let's just go.
Quickly, he gathered what courage he could and took the first step into the room. Seven followed, with Clover right behind him.
Huh?
Part of the room just past the door was obscured by a screen.
What the hell is this?
Why don't we take a look?
Hey, Clover!
Clover's curiosity got the better of her, and she darted past Junpei to peer around the screen. Her scream nearly blew out Junpei's eardrums.
What?
Clover!
He and Seven ran toward Clover to see what had frightened her.
Hey, what's wrong?
They rounded the screen, and the cause of her outburst was immediately clear.
What the hell is this?
Is this a corpse?
It was something that looked kind of like a human lying across some sort of bed. If you want to warn me, for anybody watching ever wants to warn me so I can warn other people about triggers, that's always appreciated, even if you think they might be minor. If you think there is even a possibility, should let me know so I can let other people know. Okay, not a bed, an operating table. The table sat on a rusty steel lift, and a cluster of bright operating lights shut down on it from the ceiling.
We should probably take a closer look.
Yeah.
Slowly they approached. As they got closer to the body, it became clear that it wasn't a body at all.
This is...
What the hell? That's just a huge doll or something.
It's got pretty good articulation.
Doll?
Clover did not look terribly comforted. Slowly, she approached the operating table and looked as intently as possible, from as far away as possible, at the thing. Junpei could see her relax.
You're right. It's only a doll. Man, it really scared me.
She heaved a great sigh of relief and wiped a few drops of sweat from her forehead. Seven smirked.
Well, I guess it would have been weird if you
Okay,
actually had
cool.
any balls.
Just let me know ahead of time if it is even slightly maybe called for.
Shut it! Don't you start with me, fatty!
That was a little mean.
Oh, what's this? You want a piece of me, short stuff?
Yeah, bring it on, you whale!
Hey, guys, not again, okay? Seriously, knock it off.
Yeah.
Jeez. Anyway, it looks like he's got
What?
something the two of you could stand to have a little more of.
What, mister? Why are you yelling?
I'm talking about a heart.
Huh? Oh, this? You mean on his chest?
What, buddy? Come on. No, you're just gonna yell over there? Fine.
Yeah.
Come here. Come here, buddy. Hi. Hi. Are you in play mode? You're in play mode, aren't you? You're in silly cat hours. Silly cat hours, huh? I'm busy, buddies. Aw, pets. Do you want to come up here and say hi to everybody? Do you want to do that? Come on, puppies. No? No, you just want to scream at me, huh? Okay, sorry. Is not the time for kitty zoomies. This is time for kitty zoomies, not on-camera pets. It was a set little higher than normal for a human body, but the shape of the organ, there could be no doubt that it was a heart. If y'all want, I can grab one of my rats to show you guys.
I don't think it's a doll.
You think maybe it's like a medical mannequin or something?
Or maybe it's got more personal uses?
Ugh. Seven's grin was more than a little perverted. Gross. Clover glared at him.
Anyway,
Yeah, I can show
how
my
about we
ratties.
take a look around this place? Let's go.
Okay, I'm gonna go grab at least one of them. Hold up. Hi, sweetheart. Alright, we've got Ratty. This is Null. She is a good girl. Oh, babies. Aw. Hello. Oh, hello. Hello, babies. Alright, I'll put you back now. Wanna say hi to people? Okay, hold on. Now let's get down. Okay, yes, she is sweet and adorable. I don't know what those emotes are. Is that something you have to get after affiliate or something? But also, I gave her a bit of chocolate because she was so good and letting us see her and all of her glory. Okay, I don't know how that works. Maybe if Lex, if you know how, you can help me off cam maybe sometime. Okay, so, okay, cool. Links are good. Anyway, how about we take a look around this place? Let's go.
Okay.
Sure thing.
Anyway, yeah, that was Null. I also have GLaDOS, who's pure white, and they're sisters, and they're adorable, and I love them. And they got a fresh, clean cage today, so they're all happy. Ooh, a room. Nice. Okay, operating room. Just one singular room. Alright. Well, I obviously want to look at this first. Really kind of creepy, you know. Hey, it says something here. John, do you think that this doll's name? Maybe? This thing is creepy. I wonder why it's on the bed. Okay. Hey, I wonder what this thing is. It says KG on the display. Oh, it's a scale. I'm sorry. Bye, Theo! Thanks for watching! You think maybe it's a scale? An operating table. Do you think old operating tables looked like this? I have no idea. Okay, let's look at the sheet. A white cloth. A white cloth? Okay. Yeah, sleep well, Theo. Okay, ooh. Tools. A lot of surgery stuff. There's some scalpels, a few pairs of forceps, and a couple of syringes. All of it's too rusty to be useful, though. Hey, there's a scalpel here that looks new. Ooh. Gimme. I have a knife now! A knife! See? Knives are useful. Seems like it was put here for a reason, huh? You think it's telling us to cut something? Yeah, I do. Yes, knife! None of this other stuff looks useful. Yeah, it's all pretty rusty. I don't know, forceps can still be useful even if they're rusty. Just a wooden partition. Nothing special about it. Okay. Hi. A medical mannequin with its gut showing. Ew. Gross. Hey, Junpei. There's a slit in this thing's chest. Yeah, sure is. There's something in there. Maybe we can get it out. Damn it. Stinking thing won't budge. It's stuck. Well, I guess you can't use force on this one then. We need something small that can fit into that little hole. I wonder if it would be the scalpel that I just picked up. An internal organ, specifically a lung. You can see this thing's internal organs. If we had something that could fit into those cracks, maybe we could take out some of the internal organs. Isn't the scalpel? Okay, I guess the scalpel doesn't count. Ooh. Ooh. A pipette or some forceps? Haha! Forceps. Surgeons use them during operations. They can hold blood vessels shut and keep tissue out of the way. It can also remove the hair from dolls. Alright. We can use it to pull stuff out of small holes or something like that. Excellent. A bunch of surgical tools. Are any of them specific? Can I pick up any of the rest? No. Okay. Stove! What's this thing? It's got these short iron legs. Maybe it's a heater? There's nothing inside it. Okay. Looks like it's probably a heater. There's nothing in it. What's this thing? Ooh, what's this? A fake chest. Okay, is that like the top to the mannequin? Ew, that's gross. This is the chest. It's a woman's chest. The heart's gone, but it's pretty... oh, gross. If that kind of thing turns you on 7, you're a real creepo. Yes? Yes, you are. Okay. Maybe you're supposed to heat something like that gauze to kill the bacteria? There's a boiling thingy over there. There's nothing on the lid or in the drawers. What's this? Thing for boiling tools to sterilize them. Okay. There's a lot of different kinds of medicine. It's hard to tell them apart. The drawer is empty. Yeah, nothing there. Damn it. How about this drawer? No. Nothing on the lower shelf? How about the upper shelf? There's a whole bunch of bottles on the shelves. They all look like medicine. They've got labels, but they're all big medical words that I don't understand. Okay. How about this part? Nope. Let's go around this corner here. Preparation room. It's locked. We could probably find the key if we just look some more. Let's look somewhere else. Okay. Let's look over this way. Chemical room. Looks like it's locked. Also need a key. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the medical mannequin with the forceps. Fake organ! The chest of the medical mannequin. One of these organs is missing. The organ is... or gone. Really clever, expecting more from you. Oh, like you could do better. Can I get the heart from this doll? No. John is just lying there. Can I scalpel the heart out? John is just lying there. Huh? There's something sort of lid on this thing. Why don't you try opening it? Can't, there's no handle. I can't get under it with my nails either. How about this? No, scalpel? A lot of tools. There's nothing in it. Can I? Okay, I can open the sheet. Haha! Let's put this here. That bed, that is your concern here. Gross. She has a name too. Lucy. Poor thing. Looks like Miss Lucy only has a head and a left arm. Maybe we're supposed to gather all her parts? An old hard bed. Lucy's head and arm. Okay, so I guess I do that all. Some kind of device attached to the bed. It says kilogram on the panel. Is this a scale? Okay. So really nothing in these drawers. Fudge. A lot of mess. I wonder if it's one of these is a laxative. Yeah, it sounds kind of gross, but I'm pretty sure every one of us had the same idea. If we had some laxatives, maybe we could crap out the bomb Zero put in us. Unfortunately. Damn it. I don't know what medicine does what here. Okay. Can I take more of your things? An organ is missing. Can I put it back? John is just lying there. John is just lying there. Old operating table. And I can't click on them again. Anything else? Old hard bed. Can I scalpel her? No. I am confused. Small wooden partition. It separates the hallway from the operating room. Table, scalpel, forceps are all rusty though. Don't think they'll be real useful. Stuck. I am still looking for a thing, I think. Can I sterilize the scalpel? No. I'm gonna examine this. This part here on the back, it's all rubbery. You're right. So it's a fake organ. Of course it'd be wait, what's Seven grabbing for? Hey, it feels like ha! 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 You think we can cut through the rubber part? Oh, combined with scalpel. Organ key! Yay! Ha 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 ha. I am smart. I am so smart. Cool. Which door is it going from? This door? Cool, it's unlocked. Yay! Hooks. Alright. Let's see if, a piece of paper. What is this? Is this some kind of medical record? Ah, it's a patient chart. New material has been added to the file screen. Okay. Wait, where's the new option? Oh shit, there's a magnet in my controller that is making me not be able to press the D-pad. Oops. Okay. There we go. Okay. nothing in the drawer. This. Ah. What the hell are you doing? Don't you want to get out of here? But I'm tired. I just said new things were added to the file thing from that file that I got. There's a long chair in the corner of the room. It's locked, it won't even budge. Do you think this is the exit? Okay. Let's do this. What's this? A light switch? Doesn't seem to be working. Okay. Okay, what's this? It won't open. It looks like it's locked. There's a red plate on it. Do you think it means something? Damn, it's not opening. Locked, of course. The blue plate on here seems a little suspicious, though. And a purple plate. Okay. Sig. The doctors and nurses probably wash their hands here before an operation. Nothing suspicious here. Okay. Let's try the other room. Okay, the key worked on both. Excellent. What's this? Iron is 1, salt is 2, water is 3, ammonia equals... okay. Blue liquid. Can't see it. What's that? It's bright blue. Do you think it's alien blood? Sure. Stuff to make things go bloom. Stuff, nitroglycerin. Then what do you think it is, Seven? I don't know, some sort of special bath soap? Ugh, what a boring guess. Okay, how about this bottle? Red liquid. It looks like there's something inside that bottle. Why don't you try pouring some out into the cap? Can't see any reason why not. What's that? It's bright red. Do you think it's blood? No, blood's thicker than that. Then what is it? Beats me. There's a note on top of the table. Iron equals 1, salt equals 2, water equals 3, carbon dioxide, ammonia, and ethanol are questions. What do you think this is a hint for? Is this gonna be one of them algebra puzzles? I am so good at them algebra puzzles. Maybe it's got something to do with this box and the code, probably. Let's look at all this stuff. Something stinks. Coming from this bottle, it says NH3. Nitrogen, hydrogen. Try hydrogen. Well, of course that stinks. It's ammonia. Okay. Ammonia is... equals NH3. Okay. Hey, Junpei. There's dihydrogen monoxide on the shelf. Okay. Why did you just say water? What's this? Looks like a can with a spray nozzle. It says CO2. So it's a can filled with carbon dioxide. Okay. Oh, good stuff. Let's go for a drink. I wouldn't drink that. What are you talking about? I'm talking about that bottle. It says C2H5OH. Is that ethanol? Ha-ha! Ha-ha-ha! Ha! I know some things. That's right. It's also known as ethyl alcohol. It's pretty much what booze is made of. So, you're gonna drink it? Nah, well, it might say that's what's on the label, but there could be anything in there. Fair. Okay, let's look at these. Hey, Junpei, you think there are any slugs on this ship? That is absolutely something my sister would ask me. Huh? Well, if there are, I was thinking we could put salt on them. What's she pointing at? The label says NaCl, that's obviously salt. Do you think Seven will shrivel up if we put it on him? He's kind of like a slug. I like it when they do that. Okay, upper shelf. Junpei, there's a bottle of iron power on the shelf. That's FE. FE stands for iron, right? I think a little water on the shelf. H2O. I guess we should look at this thing. This thing won't open. Is it locked? You probably need to put in a passcode. I mean, geez, they've even got a keypad on there. How much more obvious can you get? I am iron deficient, so it's the first thing that comes to my mind. Can only enter 3 numbers. E is for enter and C is for clear. Like compounds. Are we bonding covalently or ionically? Let's give it a shot. Okay. Covalently, alright. Sharing our electrons. I think that's what it means. Yes, I think. Yes. It's been a while since I took chemistry. I don't have any, I don't have like the thing. I know what they mean, but I don't have any. I was right. Ha ha ha. Okay, I don't have the finished key. Unless we go a bottle of salt. Okay, I'm gonna write down, okay. Salt, iron, top, up here is nitrogen, so that's ammonia is made of ammonia, and down here was ethanol. Up here is water. 7. Is your head okay? And then down here is canister of CO2. Okay. I don't know if that'll be helpful, but we will see. Okay, let's look at this rectangular table. I wonder, do people mix medicine on this thing? Let me see the note. Iron, salt, water equals 3. Carbon dioxide, ammonia, ethanol. Okay. I think I need more clues. Maybe it represents a number? Well, yeah. But yeah, there are definitely concerns about him. Okay. I see the pieces. I don't see the key. No. Oh shit. Okay, ammonia is 1 nitrogen and 3 hydrogen atoms. Okay, but did I get nitrogen? I want to see the paper. No. Wait, no. C is carbon and H is oxygen. So basically ethanol is made of 2 carbon atoms, 6 hydrogen, and 1 oxygen atom. Okay, I see. I'm gonna need to write things down. Okay, NaCl, Fe, and is, okay, NaCl, CO2, H2O, ethanol is Na, 2 C's, 2CH6 O, and then, oh shit, I wrote that in the wrong place. H6O. Okay, and oh, that's the wrong one. And ammonia is 1 nitrogen, 3 hydrogen. 1 and 3 H. Okay. have a notebook though, so it works. I have a notebook. This is also the notebook I do my D&D notes in, so. Okay. Okay, so iron has 1, salt has 2, water has 3 different atoms. Carbon dioxide has 4. Ammonia has 4. And ethanol has... I usually use OneNote for game notes, but this is easier because there's less space on my desk. When I'm on my bed, I use my Surface with OneNote for notes. And I also play D&D with OneNote because it's like a great program that is entirely underrated. Okay, so Fe is 1, 2, water's 3, CO2. CO2 would be, has 3 different, CO2 would also be 3. Ammonia would be 4. And then ethanol would be 6, 7, 8, 9. Ethanol would be 9. Okay. So would it just be 3, 4, 9? I'm gonna try it. Okay. 3, 4, 9. I hope this is right. Yes! I was right! Yes! Yes! Ha 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 ha! Ha ha! I did it. Woo! I got pieces. Yes, I want the things. I got a fake right arm. Right arm of the body. It's kind of okay. And is that a heart? Yay, fake heart. A heart. This thing is super creepy. That ain't good. This ain't good for the heart. Okay, so I did this room.
You think we should go back?
Yeah, I think that's probably best.
Yeah, notes are good. I take intense notes, especially in farming games. I will draw out my whole like planting area, and I have like seasonal charts and what I should want to plant when. It's definitely a thing. Notes are good. Notes are good. Clover nodded and left. Junpei was about to follow her when he realized that Seven wasn't following suit.
Hmm?
Hey, Seven, what's up?
Oh, well,
He looked up at Junpei distractedly, and then back down at the brown bottle he held cupped in his large hands.
Is that a medicine bottle?
I got curious about it. Here.
In response, Seven tossed the bottle gently to Junpei. He caught it and twisted it around to read the label. Fair.
Ethylene diamine tartrate?
Yeah, that's right. It's EDT.
What
What
kind of
is
medicine is that?
That.
It's not medicine. I think it's an industrial strength detergent.
Okay.
Why would they have something like that here?
Well, probably to clean stuff up.
Clean what up?
Fuck if I know. Still, it looks like it's cleaned my brain up.
Junpei looked up from the bottle.
You remember something?
Yeah.
Seven nodded slowly and spoke.
Well, I remember a story about EDT. Happened about 50 years ago. There was this factory somewhere in America making big old EDT crystals. They were making it to sell as an industrial strength cleaner, like I told you before.
Right? You wouldn't think it would be blood or something.
But a year after the factory started up,
They poisoned the water or some shit.
something strange started happening with the crystals they were building. water molecules started attaching themselves to the EDT crystals. This made them into a sort of mutation of the original crystals, called a hydrate. Once the crystals turn into a hydrate, though, it's useless as a cleaner. The factory had to just dump the crystals. As a hydrate, they were useless. But it didn't end there. After that day, the same thing started happening in EDT factories everywhere, even ones nowhere near that first American factory. They'd been making crystals the same way, with the same materials and the same equipment and environment. But now, all of a sudden, every single crystal they formed turned into a hydrate. In fact, ever since that day, no factory anywhere has been able to make a pure EDT crystal. Even in EDT research done years before, they'd never gotten a hydrate. But after it happened at the first factory, it just spread. It was like, man, how do you say it?
You mean like it was infected with a virus or something?
Seven shook his head.
No, not like that. It spread like wildfire. It showed up in labs that were completely isolated from the rest of the world. It even started happening to crystals that were completely sealed up. It doesn't seem like it could have been a result of this stuff coming in contact with other samples.
Then...
Well, I guess it was some sort of information. Like, the crystals were transmitting this information all across the world somehow.
what information?
How to make a new crystal.
Sure.
Someone had
Crystals
to
are D&D.
tell the stuff how to
DNA
do it,
now,
right?
I guess. Not D&D. Got D&D on my brain. I stole a shit ton of magical items from people today, just on this cruise ship, and then I blew up the cruise ship. It was a fun one-shot.
Like he just whispered to the EDT in the tank, "Hey, if you do this, you can take in water molecules."
Come on, man, that's just... I mean, who is this someone anyway?
Someone you can't see.
Yeah, it was interesting. Basically, the whole thing. So I play two characters actually in this campaign, Aquila and Clover. They're twins. Aquila is kind of an asshole, like really much an asshole, and Clover's like this genuinely good dude. Anyway, this gnome came up to Aquila and was like, "You look like a scuzzball. You want to help me blow up this cruise ship?" And Aquila's like, "That's rude, but I'm interested." And it was fun. Apparently, we were told that there was a society of gnomes that were starving, and this town wasn't giving them any aid, so they're gonna use the bomb to hold this luxury cruise ship hostage to get like the food on it to their society. During the time, I stole a lot of things from people, and then it turns out they just didn't want to pay for catering for a wedding, and once everybody was off the boat, Aquila blew it up, and it was pretty fun. Anyway, that was a tangent.
Someone who exists all over the world.
You mean... like a god?
Don't be talking about God.
Maybe the devil.
Seven grinned. As Junpei was trying to figure out what on earth he was going to say next, Clover's shrill voice pierced the room.
Hey, what are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here.
Okay, we're coming.
Jeez.
Seven looked at Junpei.
Yeah, so anyway, that's the story. It might be useful someday. Don't forget it.
Okay, I got you. With that cryptic remark, he turned and left the room. Junpei was left behind to ponder what he'd just heard.
Information being transmitted invisibly. Could such a thing really happen?
It's the 5G.
Well, thinking about that crap isn't going to help me right now. We need to figure out how the hell to get out of here first.
He took a deep breath, trying to clear his mind, and followed after Seven. Okay. What are these? Okay. Did the chemical? Did I have all of the parts? That's bad. Maybe that's not all of the parts. Yes. Oh, hey. Oh, I see. Okay. Found a beaker. I see what we're doing here. light. So first, we want one of them. Hey, it turned red. Forget about that. Didn't you hear that just now? Unlock. A leg! Gross. I guess it's a 1 foot, but Dan doesn't look hot at all. Have you got a thing for feet, Seven? No, that's crazy. You're sure acting kind of shady. It's shady in so many gross ways. Okay. Now, let's put in blue liquid. Yeah, I want to click on the thing inside it. This is the left foot of the mannequin. Do you think I'm better? What? Do you think my legs are skinnier? That's not nice to have in a game. Okay, so now we do both of them to make purple. Okay, you combine the red liquid and the blue liquid to make a purple one. Good job, Junpei. Purple light came on and I heard it unlock. I'm sure it's unlocked. The locker with the purple plate has got to be unlocked. Alright, let's see what happens. Yay! Fake stomach. It's a really big nose. That's no nose. It's a stomach. A stomach. Okay, is that all the body bits? No. The other arm, the leg, the torso, the stomach. That count as the butt? It might be all of the bits. It might be all the bits. Hold hard bed. Okay, so we've collected the 6 parts of the medical mannequin. So, yeah, she does. So the ones we've got must be for Lucy, right? Yeah, seems like it. Well, I say we give Lucy her parts back. Any objections? Nope. Agreed. Alright, let's get started. Combine! Oh, there's a number on here. 51 kilograms. What's this? Is this the weight? Oh, we were just stacking body parts on it, so it makes sense that it'd be the weight. Okay, did that do anything on this? So that looks like a lid on the front of it. Like magnetic there. Can I take the body bits now? Hey, nothing happened. That's odd. Maybe it's the wrong weight? Wait, yeah, well, you know how there's a scale on the side of the bed? Maybe we need to get the scale to a specific number? How are we gonna do that? I think we're supposed to swap her body parts with John's. Oh, I see. Oh, let's give it a shot. Operating instructions. The screen will display 2 medical mannequins. You can switch their body parts by selecting the part you want to switch out. So I'm gonna doll mod. Do they have to be the same weight? Okay. That was close. Heart. Leg. Stomach. Oh, I'm so close. Heart. Heart again. I got him was supposed to tell me what to do, but I didn't find the file. Ah, the medical record. There we go. Hi, Integra. Male mannequin named John and a female named Lucy. The records show each individual mannequin's total weight and the weight of their individual parts. Okay. Oh, that helps. I was about to write them all down. Okay, so she weighs a little bit more. Yeah, my bad. I did try and look for it. I did. Okay, let's see. So I need to subtract. Shit, okay. 5.6, 3.4, 0.5. Okay, there's a 0.4 difference and a 0.5 difference. Wait, why is it saying that Lucy weighs more than John? Because all of his parts weigh more. That doesn't make any sense. So do we gotta make it the other way round? Shit. Okay, I'm gonna take a picture of this screen on my phone so I can refer to it. Do you just switch all of the parts? You just switch all the parts. Fuck. Okay. Hey Junpei, I just heard something. It came from John's operating table, besides the heart. Better check it out. Okay. Huh? The lid on the scale. Yay, a key. Hey, it opens. Oh, I get it. It must open because we matched John's weight to what's on the chart. I see. Jupiter key. Oh, hey! That is in... Oh, yeah. That was that one room. And, which way is the right way? I don't know, but I got a Jupiter key now. Alright. No, wait, the other way. Yay. Oh, the only thing back there is a number door. Shit. Where's the exit then? Where's the exit? Oh, through the preparation room, right? I remember. Ugh. Yeah, got it, thanks.
Hey, hold on.
Yay! Oh. Junpei stopped, about to put the key in the doorknob.
Oh, what's up?
Where's Clover?
Huh?
Ah, shit. Junpei turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen.
Oh,
Why do
God
people
damn
run
it.
away?
Where the hell did she go? Okay, just hold on a minute. I'll go get her.
Sure thing.
Junpei left Seven at the door and headed back to the operating room. He found her standing next to the operating table. She was staring at the mannequin.
Hey, Clover, what's wrong? Come on, let's get out of here.
She's missing her brother. She didn't respond. If she hadn't been standing up and breathing, Junpei might have thought she was dead.
What are you doing? Did you want to come back here and say goodbye to John?
It wasn't the best joke, but it was something, an attempt to lighten the mood. Clover didn't laugh. She stood stock still and said nothing.
Hey, Clover, can you hear me?
Perhaps it was something he'd said, or perhaps it was something else. Suddenly her mouth opened and she whispered in a dry, dead voice.
My brother might be dead.
Yeah.
Huh?
Sorry.
That's why we couldn't find him. If he's dead, I'm going to be next.
Well, I will protect. Suddenly the operating room felt very, very cold.
What are you talking about? What's wrong with you?
He gave her a small shake, but she still didn't respond. The silence grew heavier.
Let's just get out of here. We've got the key. Let's use it. That cool with you?
Yeah.
I will protect. Clover nodded almost imperceptibly. Still, Junpei was glad to see she was at least somewhat responsive.
Then it's time to go.
He put his hand on her shoulder and guided her to the preparation room. Why would you be next? You will be protected. As they arrived at the door, she suddenly stopped.
I'm sorry.
What was this? Why was she apologizing? Junpei wasn't sure what to make of her. Was she emotionally unstable because her brother had gone missing?
I'm really sorry. Just forget everything I told you, okay? Don't worry about it.
There are
Really.
secrets.
I mean it.
How could anyone pretend not to hear something like that? That's fair. But something told him this wasn't the time to press the issue. Junpei gave her the warmest, kindest smile he could manage.
All right.
Thank you.
Her smile was weak. It was almost painful to watch.
Damn, what the hell took you guys so long?
Seven looked up as they walked into the room, clearly irritated. At least you had a chair to sit on.
You playing doctor in there or something?
Maybe.
Gross.
Jealous?
Seven avoided answering the question. They stood in front of the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key.
All right. I'm gonna open it now. Is that cool?
You don't need to keep asking, just do it, all right?
Fine then.
He's being considerate. He slid the key into the keyhole and turned it. He felt it unlock. Bring. The door opened with a soft, melancholy creak. Beyond it lay a simple white hallway. There was no fanfare or confetti. Obviously, there was no one there to applaud them. They simply walked through the door. That was it.
All right. Let's get going.
Hey, man, what's up with you? You're so serious, you know? Can't you sound more happy, you know, get a little excited?
He's kind of in a situation.
Not really.
Junpei turned away from Seven and took his first step down the simple white hallway.
My brother might be dead. I'm going to be next.
Yeah, I did it. Clover had told him only a few minutes before that her brother was probably dead and she was likely to follow him.
Like hell I can. Not after hearing something like that.
Junpei will protect. Yay! I did it! It only took me like, I don't know, a while. I feel like I took too long. They left the operating room. The hallway took them around several corners and past several doors, but they were all locked.
There too, huh? Every door in this place is locked up tight.
Oh.
How about that one?
The final door was hidden in a corner. Oh! Yay! The final door was hidden in a corner of the hall.
May as well give it a try.
Is that 3? Is that the blank door? Junpei grabbed the handle. As he made to push it open, a voice stopped him. The voice came behind him and belonged to neither Seven nor Clover.
Jumpy!
Huh?
Yay! He spun around. He saw someone running toward him from the other end of the hallway. There were 3 people coming toward Junpei and his companions.
June? And Santa. And Lotus too.
Yay! They pulled up short in front of Junpei, breathing hard.
Whoa! What the hell is this?
What are you doing here?
What? But we didn't.
Before he could finish, Clover spoke.
Hey guys, could you come take a look at this?
Why are they confused? She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found. Oh, I got a follower from 3 hours ago, and I didn't even notice. Was that... Oh, it wasn't during the stream. Oh, I see. Okay. My bad. Well, hi, if you're watching. I totally just noticed this now. Okay, anyway.
Look on the wall here.
Clover. There was something on the wall at the end of the hallway.
A map
map?
of the ship's interior?
It says C deck.
So it's the map for this floor then?
Door 7. And. Door 8. Yep, they both eventually end up at this hallway.
Cool. In fact,
Yeah, isn't that what I said? We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. And that's how the nonary game works.
I see.
Junpei looked at the map of the ship's interior again.
Wait a sec. Hey, could this lead to.
As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to weariness.
Oh,
You've got to be kidding me.
One by one, the others saw what he'd seen.
We may as well go.
yeah.
All that. They moved as one for the door. I told you it was the unmarked door.
Oh, almost forgot. We should keep this.
He pulled the map of the ship's interior off the wall, put it in his pocket, and followed the others. The 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took hold of the door and spoke, without looking back at the other 5.
Ready? I'm gonna open it.
Slowly, all 5 nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. Yeah, surprise! Woo! They poured through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were.
I knew it.
They were just where the map had said they would
We're
be.
back.
But Ace is gone.
In the
huh?
hospital room.
I see.
Oh, nope.
I believe I understand what you're saying.
Ace,
The
you were
6
so
of you
noble
split
and
into 2
self-sacrificing,
teams
and it's
went
all
through
for
doors
naught.
7 and 8. You solved the puzzles in the operating room and the laboratory. And then met one another in the hallway after opening your respective locked doors.
He looked like anyone might after only just waking up, but it seems like that his brain was working as well as ever. He had managed to grasp, summarize, and understand each team's report.
At any rate, I feel a bit silly for my little show of altruism.
You had such good intentions, buddy.
I know I said
I guess
was
it's
sure
a good
you'd
thing
come
I didn't
back for
suggest
me.
wasn't there to cut off somebody's arm. I probably would have waited, but yeah.
I didn't think it would happen so soon, though.
Ace shook his head with a rueful smile.
Well, we saw each other again and we ain't dead, so I say that's good enough.
Seven smiled.
Anyway, I said we get out of this creepy old place. We found the key we need.
Woo!
The key?
Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Right, Junpei?
Yeah.
Junpei nodded.
Oh, the solar system keys. We found a couple more in the laboratory in the kitchen.
Oh, yay. Which one do you have?
Here, the Earth key and the Saturn key card.
Oh, nice. Those are from the first main chamber area. Also, the sun is there. And cool. Earth key and the Saturn key. And with that, she pressed them into Junpei's hand. The metal key had the Earth symbol on it, and the key card had the Saturn symbol on it.
I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way it won't be my fault if it gets lost.
Fair.
Yeah. On it.
Junpei felt slightly less than honored.
Now we have 3 keys that we haven't used yet.
Yeah. The Jupiter key that we found in the operating room, the Earth key that Lotus just gave me, and the Saturn key card that Lotus said was in the kitchen.
I haven't actually looked at the map. I wonder if it's RE7 or Resident Evil style, where if it'll like put the little symbols as a
The
lock.
Jupiter key is supposed to be for the door at the end of that long straight hallway, right?
Yes.
Yeah. If the map's right, then it connects to the central staircase.
Yeah.
Then, next to the stairs,
Wait!
They were the first words anyone had heard out of Clover in quite some time. Her face suggested they weren't going to be very happy words.
What about door 3?
look, you saw the map, right? It's the same as 7 and 8. It just lead us back to the big hospital room. There's no point to seeing what's on the other side of that door.
Except there might be a key.
There is a point.
And also a snake.
At least there is for me.
There were tears in her eyes, but she glared at Seven as hard as she could just the same. She looked very much like a frightened puppy. Aww. There wasn't a man alive who could have resisted those eyes. Seven looked everywhere in the room except at Clover and muttered and coughed apologies under his breath.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Snake
You
might
better
be
be
on the
sorry.
other side of door 3.
Clover nodded once. The next person to speak was Ace.
Very well. I'll be coming with you then. I've had a nice long rest. I think it's time I was up and about again.
Fair.
So, Seven, you'll help me, won't you?
Huh?
Junpei did the calculations quickly in his head. 4 plus 7, 4 plus 1 plus 7 equals 12, 1 plus 2 equals 3. We do need him. It looked like 7 was doing them too. At last he gave up.
Damn.
Well, I guess that's how it's
Well, I guess that's how it's gotta be. So I'm going with you, huh?
Yes, you are.
All right, let's get moving.
And so it was decided that Clover, Ace, and 7 would discover what lay beyond door 3. Beep, beep, beep.
Okay, we're heading out.
Be careful.
Whoa. Didn't think I'd be hearing that from you, Lotus.
She's like, I need you.
Don't let it go to your head. I'd be in trouble if the 3 of you bought it. The rest of us can't open the 9 door.
Ah, the truth comes out.
Yeah, she needs you. It's fine. So, Skull. 7 nodded as if the answer made much more sense and pulled the lever on the red.
Okay, we're off.
The door opened and Ace, Clover, and 7 jumped through it. 6, 7, 8. After exactly 9 seconds, the door closed noisily.
All right, we should get moving too.
Huh?
Get moving.
Where are we going?
Everyone except Lotus seemed rather confused.
Well, it would be a waste of time to just sit around, wouldn't it?
Fair.
Let me explain.
She's very smart.
Oh, I get it. We're gonna see if we can get anywhere interesting with the Jupiter key.
Yes. If we're lucky, we might find Snake.
They were at the end of the hallway lined by individual hospital rooms.
And here's the Jupiter symbol on the keyhole.
All right, Junpei, open it if you please.
Yeah, on it.
Junpei pulled the Jupiter key out of his pocket and slid it into the keyhole. Stretchy stretch. He twisted. With a nice sharp click, he felt the door unlock. Junpei sucked in a breath, held it, and opened the door as quietly as he could. Stretchy stretch. Yes! Anybody watching should also do a stretchy stretch. Inside was exactly what he expected to see from the map of the ship's interior. They were in a tremendous hall, almost like a ballroom, with a massive central staircase. We have been here before.
Great, back to the beginning. You sure this is a good idea?
What do you mean?
Well, we already searched every inch of this room, didn't we? I'm asking you if
There
there's
are
any
other-
reason we came back here.
Other keys. Of course there's a reason. There are other doors.
Of course there's a reason. Man, sometimes I can't tell if you're smart or just lucky.
Huh?
This.
Junpei pulled 2 things out of his pockets.
The Saturn key card. And the Earth key? I'm
Yeah.
lost.
They had doors! Seriously? Santa cocked his head to one side like an inquisitive bird and looked at them. After several long moments during which it became apparent that Santa had no idea what the cards meant, June took pity on him.
Don't you remember, Santa? On C deck, where we are now, there was a big elevator behind the stairs, remember? And next to the elevator, there was a card reader with the Saturn symbol on it. And on A deck, on the door to the left, there was a keyhole with the Earth symbol on it, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So the two
I
keys
wrote
that
that
Jumpy
down.
has?
Should let us use the elevator and the door on A deck. Huh.
Yes, that's right.
June smiled, pleased with herself. Aw, so did Santa.
All right, I got it. Let's get started then. What do you say we split into 2 teams? Lotus and I will search the Earth one, so you two can search
No!
Saturn, all right?
No!
Sounds good.
No,
Then you guys
I
should
don't want to
take
be
this
with
key.
June. I want to be with Santa. Junpei handed the Earth key to Santa. They decided that their initial search should be brief. Yeah, but I like Santa better.
We have no idea what's on the other side of these. So don't go too far. Just search for 10 minutes and come back.
Plan decided, the two teams split it up. Yeah, split it up. Junpei and June headed for the... I didn't want to go to the elevators either. I wanted to...
There's a card reader next to the left elevator.
Then let's try out the Saturn key card.
Beep. A light in the upper left corner blinked
Great.
to life.
It looks like it's working now.
All right. Now, how do I call the elevator?
There's a single button to... Gold dialogue here, okay.
Oh, it only has the upside down
Okay.
triangle on it.
I guess I'll do it next time. Okay.
I guess there's no up button. Well, we may as well try pushing this one.
The door slid shut and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down. Oh no.
It opened! Look, Jumpy!
June's voice was excited, but Junpei could hear a tinge of anxiety.
Sweet! It opened! Let's get going.
He grinned at June and stepped toward the open door. As he was about to set foot in it, he felt a hand on his arm.
Wait!
What?
I'm not really, I just, oh gosh.
Junpei was at something of a loss. What could she possibly be so frightened of? June was probably afraid of... They could only go down. She was afraid because the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen any elevators on the A or B decks near the central staircase. All of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks, which are flooded.
Come to think of it, the lower floor, D deck, is completely underwater. An elevator heading to a submerged floor. That is pretty scary. Hey, wait a minute. This elevator came up from somewhere under us, right?
Well, yes, I guess it did. It didn't open right away after you pressed the button. There was a motor noise like it was moving, and then it opened.
I mean, it's more understandable than being... They're childhood friends. They've been together alone all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
So, take a look inside.
Junpei jerked his head toward the interior of the elevator. Hi, Bumbuns. Hello.
It's not wet at all, is it? The walls and even the floor are totally dry.
Oh, you're right. They are.
She looked around the elevator, slightly embarrassed.
Well, let's test it.
Test it.
Yeah, watch this. Now, I'll just put one foot inside the elevator and look over at the buttons. Oh, there's only two, E and C.
Oh. I wasn't even thinking about that, to be honest. I just was like, that one made the more sense because of the water. And, yeah.
Alright, I'll push E.
He pushed the E button and jumped out of the elevator. The door slid shut, and they heard the grinding of the motor as the elevator car moved down. That's actually very smart of Junpei. Right now, he has the brain cells.
I think I can hear it opening on E deck.
Okay, that's done. Now I'll just press the button again.
A few moments later, the elevator returned. And it's still dry. So
Yep,
it's not flooded.
Not a single drop of water to be seen. See?
Junpei couldn't resist puffing out his chest just a little bit. June, however, still looked confused.
What does that mean? How can E deck be safe if the D deck is full of water?
Because ships are compartmentalized and they have airlock doors in different areas so that if one part gets a hole in it, the whole fucking ship doesn't sink.
Well, here's what I think. The elevator shaft and E deck must be watertight and separated from wherever the ship's been punctured. Here, let me show you.
He pulled out his notebook and pen and sketched out a rough illustration. He's had a notebook this entire time? What? Why has he not been using his notebook? Why don't I have an in-game notebook to use?
I see.
Especially if this game
So is
came
that
out
why
on the
ship hasn't
DS.
sunk?
Apparently he's got a fucking notebook!
The shape of the inside keeps it all from filling with water?
Yeah, I think that's what's going on.
Apparently. What the fuck? Junpei continued talking as he closed the notebook and slipped it back into his pocket.
So I'm gonna go down and check it out.
Did
You stay
the
here,
DS version of the game have a writable thing, kind of like a Phantom Hourglass type thing, or you could use in the original Rune Factory, you could use the photo mode to have a little notepad on your house? Because I used it for that.
Come on, just do it, alright?
He gave June's shoulder a reassuring squeeze, then hopped onto the elevator. He pushed the E button and the door began to close. June looked worried, her eyes darting back and forth as if she was trying to make a decision when suddenly...
I'm coming with you!
Huh?
Okay. At the last possible moment, June dashed forward, turning sideways just in time to slip through the gap between the closing doors. Why you gotta be so dramatic? Junpei jammed his fingers against the open button, but it was too late.
Oh, crap. It closed.
The door had shut and he and June were in the elevator and it was headed down to E deck. He was so surprised by June that he didn't even have time to think about what awaited him on the E deck.
I can't just let you go alone, you know.
Ah, jeez.
To be fair, I wouldn't let the person go alone either, no matter who it was. The elevator stopped and the door slid open. They tentatively stepped out and looked around.
It looks normal.
No fish going about their fishy business, or jellyfish floating lazily through the water. There was, however, a blowfish, or at least something that looked very much like one. June's cheeks were puffed out and her mouth a tiny, intense frown.
Oh, knock it off. It's just like I thought. This part hasn't flooded. Come on, just look around. There's no water here.
Ah, June. June looked around nervously then. She is a doofus. Exhaled.
You're right. It's not flooded at all.
See?
There's a whole lot of water.
Yeah, right on top of us.
What's gonna happen if the ceiling breaks?
Then it will be flooded. Junpei thought about that for a moment.
We'd probably die.
Oh no. Don't be so casual about something like that.
Ah,
At any rate,
Jumpy.
we should probably go back as soon as we can, once we're done looking around down here. Lotus and Santa might already be back.
Okay, good idea.
What? What? Why are you yelling at me as much as you can yell?
Now then.
Junpei glanced around the room they found themselves in. Yes, it is an Integra. Okay, fuck. Ah! Ah, yes, there is a kitty. Hello. Hello, kitty. Hello, kitty. Hello. Are you gonna be chill this time? Are you gonna be chill this time? Maybe? I don't know. We'll try. Ow. The first thing you noticed was a set of thick iron bars. They ran the length of the room, separating the left elevator from the right one.
Iron bars. Well, we can't go over there.
Right.
Then maybe.
In the corner of the room that housed the elevators, Junpei found an opening.
Well,
He walked up to it and stuck his head around the corner.
it looks like there's a long straight hallway down this way.
Something's written on the door at the end. Wait, is that...
Let's check.
Junpei and Jun set off down the hallway at a brisk clip, somewhere between a run and a jog. Hi. Miss Kitty. Before long, they found themselves in front of the door. On it was a number written in bright red paint. 6.
I knew it!
This is a numbered door.
Yes, yes it is. And indeed, there was a red bolted to the wall next to the door.
But we can't do anything with only the two of us.
We better head back and let everyone know.
Yes.
Okay, Junpei and Jude turned and headed back to C-Deck.
Wait, what's this?
On the way back, Junpei noticed a map on the wall.
Is this the map for E-Deck? I should take it with me.
Yes. Yes, you should. Can I see it?
So you guys found door 1.
Map. B-Deck. C-Deck, E-Deck. Oh, well, it's only part of the map. Okay, cool. She's being chill right now. Excellent. They'd met back up with Santa and Lotus, who had explained what they'd found. Apparently, there was another numbered door on A-Deck, just like the one on E-Deck, beyond the door that the Earth Key opened. According to Santa and Lotus, there was a 1 on the door.
So now we've located 2 new doors. The 6 door and the 1 door.
You know, it is interesting that E-Deck wasn't flooded.
Ships are partitioned. It's not that big of a deal. Lotus was quiet for a moment, lost in thought.
Well, we don't really know if all of E-Deck is safe. We only checked the area around the elevator.
Yeah, even so, it's still very interesting.
Yeah, there's a map.
You said the 6th door was there, right?
Yes.
Then that means Zero planned all this out, even the sinking.
Well, duh.
That would have meant some pretty serious remodeling of the ship's interior.
It's pretty mind-blowing when you think about it.
Yeah. I wonder how long it took. I can't even imagine how much it must have cost.
It would have been a ton, that's for sure.
Well, that does go along with what Ace was saying.
Hi, kitty. No, they don't.
The most reasonable explanation would
No,
be that
they
this was done
don't.
by some organization with access to a whole lot of cash.
Yes, it does make sense.
That thought made them all go quiet for a moment. Good talk. June bit her lip while Lotus sighed softly to herself, and Santa cracked a stiff neck and stared off into the distance at nothing. He's brooding.
Yeah?
I don't think it's a very good idea to stay here.
June looked up at Junpei with large, pleading eyes.
Yeah, you're right. Ace and his team might be back already.
Well, Junpei and I should be able to open door 1.
Huh? You guys leaving me behind?
Just kidding. All right, let's go.
Lotus's words were all the impetus they needed. Back to the large hospital room they went. The moment they stepped inside, a tremendous voice echoed across the room.
Hey! Where the hell did you guys go?
It was 7.
7?
Ace was right behind him, and Clover was behind Ace, although she seemed to be hanging back.
What's wrong?
It looked as though there was something strange about them. 7 had the look of a man who had seen a ghost. Ace was just as pale, and Clover looked like as though she were only moments from passing out entirely. For a long moment, they simply stood there, looking at one another. Junpei looked around nervously, waiting for someone else to speak. No one did. He looked at 7.
What happened?
What the hell kind of question is that?
7 was trying very hard to be angry, but something had shaken him hard. His shoulders were trembling, and his voice was strained.
Snake is...
7 couldn't finish. Aw. He just looked away, his face twisted by Junpei wasn't sure what. Instead, Ace spoke. Snake! He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and spoke.
Snake is dead. He died, just as the 9th man did.
Oh no. It was as if all the air had suddenly been sucked out of the room. Junpei felt his heartbeat quicken, and he realized he was having trouble breathing. He could feel cold sweat beading on his forehead and neck. June, Santa, and Lotus looked the way he felt. All 3 were frozen in place, their faces white.
Oh my god. That's not true, is it?
Okay, I need to think of the possibilities to go through. Which characters make a digital root of 3?
We should make sure.
Hi.
Yeah, right. We should.
They nodded to one another and headed for the number 3 door.
Wait! Not that way.
What? Why not?
They stopped short and turned to look at 7. He was pointing at the door with no number.
I stuck a screwdriver in there to keep the door from closing all the way.
Good boy.
It's not locked, so you can go in that way.
Better.
Where is he?
The shower room. The left side of the hallway. I put a broom in there too to keep the door open.
Good
that
boy.
means we can get in without going through the numbered door, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Then let's go.
Their new destination cleared, Junpei and his companions headed for the door with no number. Integra, Miss, your tail is kind of on my face. Once in the hallway, it was easy to spot the metal door on the left wall. Ah! Okay, you're done? Bye.
This wasn't open when we passed here before.
But now, just as 7 had said, there was a broom stuck between the door and the frame, keeping it open.
Well, let's keep going.
They looked at it for a moment, then stepped inside.
Oh, it smells horrible.
Lotus wrinkled her nose and covered her mouth in disgust. Even Santa pinched his nose shut.
Ugh, yeah, this is pretty awful. I feel like I'm gonna puke.
Okay, people, trigger warnings for blood and gore, I'm assuming similar to 9th Man scene. So, anyone who has a problem with that, be careful and safe. It was just as bad as they had said, perhaps worse. A hideous smell filled the air, so thick they could almost taste it. It was sour and smelled of fish, feces, and burned meat. It worked its way through Junpei's nose and down his throat to pound against the entrance to his stomach. Irk. He put his hands over his mouth and struggled to keep what little was in his stomach where it belonged.
Where is he? Where's Snake?
They didn't have to wonder where the body was. LR. Shit, I'm gonna write that down. LR. Okay.
There.
There was blood everywhere. A few arms in the splatter reached toward them as they walked in through the door. All one had to do was follow the many radial arms to their source. The body itself was hidden behind a divider.
June, you should stay here.
But
Please, just do me a favor, okay? Alright?
He didn't give her a chance to say no. He put his hand on her shoulder as if to shove her into the ground like a temple, turned and walked away toward the end of the divider. You stay! Stay!
I'm going in.
It felt like it took an eternity for him to get there. Santa and Lotus followed, timid and nervous as a pair of children. Eventually, they reached the divider. They looked at one another and nodded slowly. Junpei put his hands on the divider and peered around the corner. For a moment, he forgot to breathe. He felt his heart collapse in his chest like an empty cigarette carton, and time froze. He knew in that instant that he would take the image before him to the grave. What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh torn from the body sat in the blood like tiny islands in a great Red Sea. A vast, ragged hole had been torn in the torso, and what remained of its intestines spilled out of it like fresh spaghetti. Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and become stuck there as they dried. Globules of yellowish fat had left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down to the I almost lost it. Pulled them down to the wall, even as they dried to it.
Just like Ace said.
Santa's voice was strained. Junpei suspected he was holding down some vomit of his own. Okay, was it actually Snake?
The detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gut.
It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful.
Oh god. The bone is coming out of his left arm.
It's definitely an open fracture.
His legs were both bent in an odd, unnatural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. His bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in pieces.
Oh, the face. It's horrible.
Yeah, can't even tell who it is.
Is it actually Snake? Half of his head had simply collapsed. The blood coating almost made it look like a raw pizza covered in tomato sauce. Sorry. His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jacket with the yellow piping, and the gray slacks.
But the clothes are...
They were all familiar to Junpei.
No mistake about it.
Okay, somebody could have taken his clothes and put it on. This is not conclusive. Lotus's voice was unnaturally deep and strained, and Junpei heard it catch in her throat. This is not conclusive. I don't believe he's dead. He could have switched clothes with somebody, and also he can't see. It probably wouldn't matter to him all that much. The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. It sounded like the noise a ghost would make, unless it's cold in there. I don't know what the temperature is. No matter how many times he heard it, he never got used to it. Every time, it put him on edge. It didn't help that there was a girl nearby who looked far more like a ghost than a living human should. It was Clover. I don't believe it's him. I'm sorry. Like, if it is him, I'm sorry for being so callous, but I don't think it's him. She sat on the edge of the bed, her head dropping listlessly onto her chest. Her eyes were blank and stared across the room at nothing. Her breathing was slow and mechanical. It is somebody, but I don't know that it's Snake. Seems like somebody definitely wanted us to think it's Snake. Aside from the rise and fall of her chest, she didn't move. Junpei felt as if even a nudge might cause her to shatter into 1,000 pieces.
Snake was probably murdered. Chances are he was killed the same way the Ninth Man was.
Seven lowered his voice, likely in an effort to keep Clover from hearing what he had to say. There were 4 other people in the room with Junpei and Seven. Ace, Santa, June, and Lotus. Seven looked at each one of them in turn, and continued.
It's pretty straightforward. Not that hard to figure out how they did it. First, the killers got Snake to authenticate on the red to open door 3. Then they shoved him into it. Alone.
That doesn't make any sense.
And waited 9 seconds for the door to shut. Once that door's shut, It was all over for Snake. But he didn't give up. He probably knew it wouldn't do him any good, but he probably ran into the shower room looking for the dead. It was a small chance, but it wasn't like he had anything to lose. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The detonator is only deactivated if everybody who authenticated when they went in uses the dead.
So, to make a square, 2 plus 8, 11. No, 2 plus 7, 9, 4, 2, 4 and 7, 11, 13. It could have been Clover and 7 that killed him. If
Snake
it was
the only one who
actually
went
him.
through the door. And then, 81 seconds after he was shoved in, that happened.
I see. So that's what you meant by killers, huh? You need at least 3 people to open one of the numbered doors, including Snake.
I wonder if there's any other options. Okay. 2 plus 3. No. 2 plus 7 plus 3. No. Okay, I think that might be the only one. The only
It wouldn't open
possibility,
for
but
Snake
my
and a single
math
killer.
might be wrong. I'm good at finding them out. I'm bad at going backwards. Okay. Plus 3 is 8 plus 3 is 11. 12, 13. Oh, it could have been 8 and 3. Could have been Santa and Lotus too. I guess. I think 11. No. Yes. No, no, what could it have been? No, that was wrong math. Sorry, I'm doing math on my notebook.
Yeah. That means we're looking at multiple perps here.
You were a cop, weren't you? Junpei crossed his arms and grunted.
Well, just in case, I want to make sure. Let's say
Okay,
you're
I'll
right.
wait for them to do
When
it.
do you think Snake was killed?
When we all split up to look for the parts for the Reds, I think. Right after that was when we noticed he was gone.
Then that means none of us have alibis. We were all off searching the rooms we'd been assigned, looking for those parts.
Yeah. That means anybody could be a killer.
Only the people whose numbers will do the roots. Okay, so I have to add up to 14. 3 numbers that add up to, no, to 12. I have to add up to 12. Including 2. Okay, I'm just gonna wait for them to do it.
Wait a minute. What are you talking about? How can you say that so casually? You're implying that one of us is a killer.
Wait. 6 and 7 is... Wait, it can't be 7 and 4. Never mind. Okay.
Well, not just one of us. If
I'm gonna
right,
wait for them to do
at
it.
least
I
2 of
messed
us
up.
are murderers.
Why don't you calm down a bit, Seven? What are you going to gain by being so suspicious? That's what Zero wants, you know?
What? Zero wants?
Not that I actually believe any of them did it, but...
Exactly. This game was set up by Zero, wasn't it? Any game has a winner and loser. Whoever makes it through door 9 is a winner, and those who don't are the losers. Zero is trying to make us fight against one another for that victory.
Then you're saying that Zero is trying to split us up by making us fight each other?
Yes. That is why we can't let ourselves fall prey to suspicion. We have to trust one another and form a strong bond of friendship.
Freds!
Otherwise, we'll end up ensnared by Zero's manipulations.
Could be 5 and 6. No. No, it can't. because 5 is us, and we didn't do it.
Then does that mean that the person who killed Snake...
Yes. Almost certainly Zero himself. If there's anyone we should doubt, it should be Zero. He masterminded this game and kidnapped all of us. Doesn't it seem
I'm not
reasonable
sure
that he would
that
have
he killed one of the
Snake as well?
participants. Could be just some random person used to sow suspicion.
Good question.
Junpei hadn't really considered that.
If Zero killed Snake, then Zero is on the ship with us.
Of course he would be.
But I don't...
Definitely. It's all sus. Zero is somewhere on the ship, but Junpei had no idea where. Junpei mumbled to himself, lost in thought.
Where could Zero be hiding?
Suddenly, everyone went very quiet. The silence was cold and clammy, and Junpei could feel it crawling across his back and around his throat. Again, he heard the ghosting, moaning noise. And moments later, a person who looked more ghost than human appeared. It was Clover. She looked at the floor as she spoke, and her voice was a cold monotone.
I think Zero is one of us.
Can't say that possibility hadn't occurred to me. Every human body in the room froze. The only sound was the muffled rustling of breath. Eyes darted from face to face. One of those faces was the face of their jailer. Potentially. But who? Was he one of them? Well, that's possible.
Well, that's possible.
Huh?
Like Clover said, Zero might be one of us.
What are you saying, Jumpy? Didn't you hear what Ace said?
Exactly. I said we shouldn't suspect one another for no reason.
We're not suspecting anybody in particular yet, except maybe 7.
No reason. I've got a great reason.
Or Snake himself. Snake might be Zero.
And what's that?
The bracelets.
He held out his left arm.
Why are the bombs in our bodies connected to the bracelets? You're all thinking Zero's hiding somewhere watching us, right? If he's doing that, then he could just detonate the bombs by remote control if someone did something they weren't supposed to. It would be a lot more precise and a lot easier. But if that's the case, then why is the bomb set off by the detonator in the bracelet?
You got a point.
I'm not done. Try applying the same ideas to the nonary game. All of the puzzles here run all by themselves. In other words, Zero doesn't have to be controlling them for the game to move forward. Why's that? Why would Zero bother to do something like that?
Junpei let the question hang in the air and looked at the others. It was Santa who answered.
So let's say you and Clover are right. Zero's one of us. If that's the case, then it'd be really hard for him to keep track of all of us or control anything remotely. That's why all the puzzles run by themselves. That's what you're getting at, right?
Yeah.
Junpei nodded.
7, when we were talking earlier, you said any one of us could be Snake's killer, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Alright then. I've got a question for you, Ace. You said something like Zero must be the one who killed Snake, right?
Yes, something like that. I can't think of any other explanation.
So what do we get if we combine those? They fit together pretty well, I think. Something like this. Whoever killed Snake is Zero. Hence, Zero is one of us. 7 and Ace's theories aren't mutually exclusive. They actually complement each other pretty well. At least they do if Zero is one of us.
No one spoke. Their faces were grim, but Junpei wasn't sure if they believed him or not. Finally, Lotus spoke up.
What were his motives?
His motives?
Yes, isn't that pretty important? Why would Zero want to hide as one of us?
Oh, well, that's because...
Junpei choked. He hadn't thought of that, and he had to be honest with himself. He had no idea.
I don't know.
Lotus sighed.
Well, so much for making a persuasive argument, Junpei.
In other words, you only had circumstantial evidence.
I don't really think that's enough to go on, you know?
No, it's not, but it's a possibility. Junpei was painfully aware of their eyes on him and their disapproval. It is. It's something to be considered. Obviously, is not the only, like, this is it, this is it, this is the thing. There are other things that might happen, but it is still something to be aware of. I am not entirely unconvinced that Snake is not Zero, even though I like Snake very much. Junpei was painfully aware of their eyes on him and their disapproval. He tried to find something else, anything else to look at. Then, yeah, I don't think Snake died. Then in that horrible silence, they heard a bell begin to ring. It was the clock at the central staircase.
It's 3 in the morning.
It's 3 in the morning.
That means we have 3 hours left.
Then we need to move now. Seven, Clover, Junpei, I know how you feel, but you do understand that right now it's important we trust one another.
For now.
Don't you?
You're right, but
Junpei couldn't bring himself to respond. He swallowed the words he wanted to say and sighed. Seven and Clover remained similarly silent. Their eyes were looking at something somewhere else, very far away.
We must go. We have very little time left.
Ace's words put their feet to moving. They all knew where they were going.
our next destination is Mercury.
But maybe you and June should check it out first and then report back to us.
All right, let's go, June.
Right.
That's not suspicious at all.
Here it is.
It sat bolted to the wall near the staircase that led to the casino between the 2 elevators.
The Mercury card reader.
We're using the card 7 gave us, right?
Yeah,
I found it when we were checking out the shower room.
I think 7 said something like that. Anyway, let's see what happens.
Junpei slid the card through the reader. The light on the reader turned green and made a tiny electronic noise.
I guess the elevator works now.
Jumpy, I know it's only the 2 of us, but let's do our best.
What's with you all of a sudden?
Well, I'm happy we were put together.
You know it's just for searching E-Deck, right?
Even so, I'm glad I'm with you.
Oh,
Oh,
first we need to find out if the elevator comes up
Oh.
full of water.
Just like we did before.
okay, but why are they going alone? They should stick together whenever possible. That's some more shit
Oh,
can happen,
here it is.
huh?
I knew it. It's not wet at all.
Let's go.
Yes.
Once it had been checked for water, Junpei and June stepped into the elevator.
Look! Nearly all of the buttons are destroyed.
Yeah, only the seat and bottom button can be pushed.
We're on C deck right now, so the only one we can choose is bottom.
Yeah. Well, let's try it out.
Junpei hit the bottom button. The door closed. Slowly, they began to move downward.
Oh, so this is the bottom deck.
They stepped off and saw that the hallway to their right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. I'm electing to ignore that comment. The hallway in front of them was a dead end, but not a regular dead end.
Hey, over there.
Ooh,
This is a
number door, too.
numbered door.
Okay,
This is the 8th one we found. There were 2 numbered doors on B deck near the central staircase. They were doors 4 and 5. 3 more in the large hospital.
I've been
room.
writing them down. I
Doors
got
3,
it.
7, and 8.
And the door we found on E deck, and the door Lotus and Santa found on A deck. It was a 6 on the door on E deck, and a 1 on the door on A deck.
4, 5, 3, 7, 8, 6, 1. And now 2 stood in front of Junpei.
That means...
Do you think the next door we find?
Yeah, I think so. The next one's gonna be door 9.
Despite himself, Junpei felt excited. There was something about that excitement that frightened him as well.
Finally!
Yeah,
You don't look very happy about it, though.
it's not that. I just hope nothing goes wrong.
You're right. We should keep our fingers crossed.
So, am I nearing the endish of the game, do you think?
Let's head back.
Or is that a spoiler?
Okay.
Is there like a percentage I can have that's not spoilery? Okay, so no. Cool. He did his best to put it from his mind and headed back to C-Deck with June.
1, 2, 3, 4. All right, 7 pieces.
The pieces of paper they folded up lay on the ground next to Junpei's legs. Everyone had written on a paper pulled from Junpei's notebook in an attempt to pull together a blind vault.
Just double checking, but everyone wrote their code name and a door number they want, right?
Yes, just like you told us earlier.
Can't believe we're voting here.
Still can't believe that's a fucking notebook that did not come up until that moment. Why had they decided to vote that way?
We need to make the whole thing fair, blah-de-blah. This is a complicated plan, you know. Hurry it up, Mr. I have a brilliant idea.
They decided it wasn't fair to simply ask everyone at once. That would allow people to force others to go through certain doors.
Yeah, quiet in the peanut gallery.
Okay, what is your recommendation? And he had a plan. It wasn't a plan he wanted anyone catching wind of, however, so he did his best to act calm as he began to open and read the pieces of paper. I recommend not choosing 2.
All right, let's open these up.
Okay.
The first one says, Ace requests door 1.
Yes, I do. Would you like me to explain why?
Says it's your
No,
number.
we don't have time for that. Sorry. Let's keep going.
Nope, no time to hear your explanations. Follow that frivolous. He opened the second one.
Next is Santa. He wants door 6.
Yeah, that's what I wrote.
Works for me. Junpei continued with 3rd, 4th, and 5th pieces of paper.
Clover wants 1, Lotus wants 2, and 7 also wants 2.
Wait a minute. There is no way I'm going anywhere with the Elephant Man.
No, there'd be no point to the voting if we let people change their choices because of stuff like that.
But...
Just give it up, Lotus. It's not like I want to hang out with some exhibitionist grandma.
Rude!
I am not an exhibitionist. I'm wearing clothes.
Rude! So rude!
Barely.
So rude!
So, last I checked, that's
Fuck,
not
he deserved to
fine.
be punched in the goddamn face.
Maybe. But what about common decency? Nobody wants to have to look at a chick who looks like a half-naked raisin.
What the shit? God damn it,
I'm gonna
7.
kill you!
You should, and he would deserve it. I had a scalpel from the other room. Yeah, kill him. Lotus's hair flared out like the mane of an
Oh,
angry
not
lion,
good.
and she roared with a voice that shook the walls. Yeah. Fucking destroy him.
Go at me! I'm killing him!
With some difficulty, Ace managed to restrain her.
Junpei, read the rest.
But she has a point.
Right.
Her and Clover just need to team up and kill his ass. Junpei tore his eyes away and looked down at the sixth piece of paper. He opened it.
June wants door 6.
Yes, I don't really have a reason. I just felt like it.
All of the papers save Junpei's had been read. He did some quick calculations in his head.
So this was everyone's vote. Ace and Clover requested door 1.
This was the door in A deck near the central staircase.
7 and Lotus requested door 2. Santa and June requested door 6.
Okay, can I do that though? So, 3 and 6 is 9. 9 plus 5 is 14. Can't do that.
The door I should choose is...
It took him less than a second to run the numbers. He opened the 7th piece of paper and spoke.
Okay, the last one is mine. I want to go through...
Shit, I can't do that, can I? So do I have to go through 1? I want to go through 6. I want to go through 6. I'm going to do 6.
I want to
wanna
go through
6.
door 6.
Junpei flipped open the piece of paper. It read, Junpei, door 6. Of course it did. He'd written it after all.
That's a problem.
Yeah, it is, I know. Jun spoke barely above a whisper, but they all knew what she'd said.
None of these teams will be able to go through the doors they want.
Clover and I chose door 1.
Lotus and I chose door 2.
That's not enough people to open a numbered door, however.
The digital routes don't match up either.
We've got similar problems. Junpei and I want to go through door 6, but our digital route is 5. If we're gonna open that door, we need a 1.
Damn, what are we gonna do now?
Maybe we
What are we
don't
going
do
to
it at
do?
the same time? Junpei crossed his arms and did his best to put his thoughts in order. Come on, Ace, let's go. The others followed suit, but with little result. Eventually, Clover broke the silence.
Why don't 7 and Lotus go through door 1? With me.
Her face was cold and flat, as was her voice, but her logic was sound. She also might be 0. 7 and Lotus looked at each other. Digital root math, digital root is 1. The first problem resolved, Ace spoke up.
What about me?
You come with us, it's fine.
Isn't that obvious? Wasn't one of the teams just complaining that they didn't have a 1?
You mean I should join Santa's team?
Yes.
Clover nodded, her face still cold and emotionless. Her attitude and posture could not have been more different than the energetic girl of only a few hours before. No one seemed ready to contradict her. Her response was understandable, given the horrible situation in which she had found herself, but even so.
Huh. I understand. I'll go through door 6 then. If we do as Clover has suggested, we can all pass through a numbered door and no one will be left behind. This seems to be the most reasonable solution.
Yeah. Gotcha.
7. Lotus. What do you guys think?
I don't have a problem with it.
Me either.
Alright then. We're good to go.
See you later.
Wait, Clover! Don't move on your own!
Oh, I'll be going too then.
Yeah. Be careful.
We should get going as well.
At last, Junpei and the other 6 had managed to separate themselves into 2 teams. I made it on the same team as Santa this time. Junpei, June, Ace, and Santa, however, took the elevator to E-Deck. Yeah.
This is E-Deck.
The ride to E-Deck was a silent one.
There should be a door at the end of the hall.
All right, let's go.
Santa's words jolted them to action, and they stepped out of the elevator into a long, straight hallway. Tippy-tappies. Before long, they arrived in front of door 6.
Here it is. You guys ready?
Okay.
Yeah.
Then let's get to it.
One by one, they put their palms over the red. With a soft electronic noise, it authenticated each of them. So, do your choices change, like, who is 0 and, like, the basic facts, or is it just, like, who lives and who dies? The door opened, and all at once, the 4 of them had leapt through it.
Hey! I found it! It's right there!
Fortunately, the dead was located easily enough. This one had been placed quite close to the door. Okay, cool, good. Good to know. To the door they'd entered through. They gathered around it quickly and hurriedly placed their palms on it for authentication one by one. Click. Okay.
It stopped.
Yes, it stopped.
The countdown. That's okay. English can be hard sometimes. The countdown had ceased, but Junpei's heart was still pounding on his chest like a frantic, thunderous drum. Okay, I can actually tell you. Affect is like you affect something. Effect is you are affected. Affect is active and effect is passive. Affect is active. I tried. It felt as though it might shake itself up and out of his throat. I tried. I tried to help.
Whew. I don't believe I'll ever get used to that.
Affect is active.
I'm not sure it's something I'd want to get used to. We should finish this game before imminent death becomes a normal thing.
You got that right. Once I'm out of this hellhole, I'm taking a nice long vacation.
I agree.
I may or may not have been thinking about making 999 dolls, because that could be really fun.
All right, let's go.
With that attempt at good humor, Junpei took a deep breath and began to walk. I may or may not do it, but I've been thinking about it. He jogged down the stairs at the end of the hallway and found himself staring at a large door.
This door looks heavy.
But it's not locked. I'm opening it.
He took hold of the bar that served as its doorknob and shoved it down. The room beyond stopped him in his tracks. Now this looks like a Metal Gear Solid level. It was gargantuan and made entirely of metal, none of the accents of wood or tile he had seen in the rest of the ship. This room was purely functional, but utterly tremendous.
Whoa, what the hell is this?
Santa got out a few words before awe stole the rest of them. The rest were too stunned to offer anything more than gasps.
This has to be the biggest room so far. The ceiling is pretty high, too.
Huh. Could be 2 stories, maybe even more.
This space could be utilizing the entire length of the ship.
What's that huge Kamaboko-looking building in the middle?
I have never heard that room. That name. Is it Kamaboko? Jude pointed to the massive building in the center.
Kamaboko? Well, I guess that's as good of a description of it as any.
Junpei and the others were standing on scaffolding that crisscrossed the whole area. Actually, never heard that term before. The proper term was catwalk, Junpei thought, although that didn't seem particularly important.
I see stairs, so we may as well head over to them.
Yeah, but this section's barely wide enough to fit one person.
You're right.
Single file. Nearby was a long iron staircase that made its way eventually to the floor beneath them.
Whoa, you can't even tell the shape when you're this close.
Let's check out the other side, too.
They moved around toward the opposite side of the massive building, following the catwalk. They hadn't said much as they walked, but as they approached the building, Ace suddenly spoke up.
This looks to be the steam engine room.
The steam engine room?
Yes, that thing that looks like a cross-section of a mushroom is the boiler. Do you see the 3 round doors near the bottom? Coal is put into those and burned, which heats the water, producing steam. The same thing that drives a steam engine. This one is simply somewhat larger.
I see.
It doesn't appear to be running right now.
The entire room was as silent as the grave.
All right, let's split up.
Then, all of a sudden, Junpei heard a noise behind him. He turned just in time to see June collapse to her knees. Uh-oh.
Hey, what's
It's
wrong?
the Rona.
Are you all right?
He dashed toward her and wrapped his arm around her shoulders to steady her.
Hey, June.
It was then that he noticed.
Jumpy.
Oh, you're really warm. Is your fever coming back?
Yes, it probably is. But I'm fine.
Sure.
Don't
Yeah, you're
worry
fine.
about me.
Fine.
I just need to rest. And I'll be fine.
Her voice was weak and forced, and it said a great deal more than her words did.
Okay. Here, sit down. Careful.
Junpei carried her to the nearest wall and propped her up against it. She let her head fall back against the wall as if she no longer had the strength to support it and drew a ragged breath.
Thank you.
Her eyes were empty, as if she was having trouble focusing them, and even speaking seemed difficult for her. Junpei felt his hand ball itself into a fist and clench tight, his knuckles whitening. He had to find a way out, and quickly. He turned and looked at Ace and Santa in turn.
Ace, Santa.
Yes.
Right.
They might not have shared the depth of his emotion, but they certainly shared his concern.
All right, let's get started. Hang in there, June. I'm gonna get you out of here real soon.
She managed a small nod before leaning back to rest her head on the wall. Steam engine room. Okay. Okay. I need something to drink and a bathroom break. So talk amongst yourselves about how much you hate this room. Oh wait, I need that. Okay. I return cat's pet, bathroomed, and liquided. Alright. Let's continue and... well, let's save just in case. No. And find a way out. A tunnel. It goes all the way across the ship. Hey. Square hole. Nothing in here. I'll look at the back wall there. I can see 3 small slots. Terminals for some sort of connector, perhaps? What WB? You mean you think we're supposed to plug something in here? Perhaps. Okay, let's clean it up. Scroll and subtotals 3. They look like connection terminals for something. Wait, no, I want to click on the light. Look at that button. It's glowing orange, right? It's gotta mean something. I guess pressing it is the best way to find out what it does. If it does anything, Santa. Nothing. Okay. This pillar goes upward toward the ceiling. Wait. Thingy, is that just decor? Just decor. Okay, let's do this big wheel. It looks like there's a door over here in the tunnel. The belt over there must deliver the coal, which is then picked up and thrown into this door. The door appears to be welded shut, however. Okay, big wheel. A golden gear. It doesn't look like it was always golden like this. Well then, I imagine it was prepared especially for this game. Okay, what about this gear? This gear is rusty, but it looks like it's still pretty sturdy. A huge golden gear. I have a feeling it's important. Okay. This huge oven for this boiler. There are 3 open areas in it. Each of the open areas has a gear in it. There's a small door on the side of this tunnel. It's bolted shut and won't open. This gear is rusty, but it looks like it's still pretty sturdy. A huge bronze gear. Okay, so gold, bronze. This has to be important. Conveyor belt runs into sort of an arched tunnel. Okay. And this one's silver. It's a silver gear. Do you think it's made of pure silver? No way. Silver's way too soft to use for a gear. Gold is softer. I don't know why you're having this problem with silver. Gold is way softer. It's got to be a steel or iron gear that's been coated with silver. Ugh. Shouldn't have called it a silver gear then. Right? Gold is so soft. Oh no, Lexi. Stupid work. I mean, I guess. Shouldn't have got your hopes up. Were you thinking you'd haul this thing back? I was actually thinking about maybe calling it soon. Maybe at the end of this room if it doesn't take too long, because my wrist is getting to me. It's getting to me. But I will be continuing. Big pipe. Alright, tunnel. Ah, chill. That actually might be good. Yeah, my wristy. My wristy is not happy. Let's go over here. Look, Ace. It's some kind of snowman secret meeting. Those are just bags full of sand. Use them as counterweights when you're lifting something with a pulley system. Ah, Santa. Maybe you're too serious. There's a pair of wooden boxes here. There's nothing in them. Okay. Stairs. Oh, hey, there's a thing. What's this? Given its placement, this must unlock the door to the left. There's a weird indentation on the top of this thing. You'd think that means you have to insert something here? Yes, I would imagine so. This is a thick iron door blocking the way. You'd think this is... Yes, it looks like the exit. Okay. Looks like the door slides up into the ceiling. Anything else around here? Yeah, the snowman meeting. I can't believe I missed something so important. What's so important? Look at those stairs. Look at them carefully. That gap. That height. That angle. It's perfect. Perfect? Perfect for what? Whatever, just bring Clover here right now. Tell her she needs to walk up and down these stairs. Huh? I echo that, huh? Clover's not here. What the hell is he talking about? I like the perfect height of Clover? I don't know. Number of wooden boxes piled up at the bottom of the stairs. They're all empty. I want to get over there. There's nothing but sand in them. Okay. I want to go over here. No? Oh shit. Okay, I'm on the other side. I'm gonna go up these stairs, yes. Attention. I want to read the thing. Fine. 3 sliders on the left are down, but this one is up. There are a number of lines engraved into these. I suspect they were meant to do something rather specific with them. Junpei, why don't you move that slider down? Well, there's no harm in trying, I suppose. There could be. Nothing. Nothing happened. Maybe it needs to be prepared somehow? You're saying if we did something somewhere else, it'd respond somehow. Yes, I suppose that's one way of putting it. Okay, let's go up here. Hey! One of the doors on the furnace. There's an A on it. There's a circular wheel in the center of the door. Alright, let's give that sucker a twist. Well, it's noisy, but it opens. And it's totally pitch black in there. We should, go in here. Alright, let's go. This looks just like the door we went into. Where are we? We must be on the other side, yes? Which would put us directly above the conveyor belt. At any rate, we should keep moving. There's a great deal we've yet to investigate. Yes, okay, I'm in a whole different area. I see. This could be... Oh, I see. Stairs back down to the other side of those boxes. Use that to draw a map inside your head. That way you won't get lost. See, Lexi, you just need to draw a map inside your head and then you won't get lost. Pulley system. Looks like a hand-operated winch, but it doesn't look like there's any way to operate it. That means the wheel isn't attached. Okay, so I'll need a wheel. Damn pile of boxes is blocking the way. One of the great metal ribs of the ship. I think June's resting right underneath it. Okay, let's look at this light. No, furnace for the norm spot. Boiler. It says C on the door. That's all you're missing, obviously. Okay. No more boxes on catwalk, and I don't think we can go over there. Well, anyway, that looks like that's the pipe. It's like the bottom connects to the conveyor belt housing. Then coal must come out of the pipe onto the conveyor belt. In other words, there must be a great deal of coal in that pipe. Okay, let's go back to is that the only thing? Yeah, okay. Let's go this way. I think it's part of the ship structure. There are like ribs that support the hull. Okay, what's this? Hey Junpei, where are you going? Only thing in there is a closed numbered door. Okay, kind of pointless to go back, huh? Ah yeah, that's where we came from. Yeah, it sure is. Alright, let's go downstairs. Probably gonna have to put this... First of all, you do realize that broken bones would be the least of your problems. Okay. Stairs. Wait. No, let me see the thing, but... Wait. Is that... There's a bunch of wooden boxes over here by a wall. And there's nothing there. There's a barrel under the stairs. Sweet. Unfortunately, it's empty. Okay. Can I do anything with these? There's golden gear. I have a feeling it's important. No. Can I put these onto the pulley? No, I need a wheel. Pair of boxes here, pair of boxes here. Can I go in here? A tunnel that goes all the way across the ship. Let's go up these stairs. Okay, I need this thing. huge oven for this boiler. There's a big gear in each of the 3 open areas. Let's... Fuck. I am missing something. I am absolutely missing something. Where is the question? Stair stretch from a catwalk to the boiler. Now. Okay. There are a number of these little windows along the inside of this thing. I think you're supposed to put coal in through these, but they're welded shut. I don't think we can get these open. Can I get in through there? Man, this thing is huge. I guess a ship this big needs something like that to power it. True, but I doubt a single boiler of this size could actually move a ship like this at any reasonable speed. You'd need at least 3, no, 4 of these. Huh, I guess you know a lot about boats, huh? Didn't know that they were freaking segmented. Wait, maybe you did. You didn't, I don't know if you were there. Well, not really. It's just common sense, you know? Sure. Still nothing to put there. I am absolutely missing something. And I just can't figure it out. Can I read that? Wait, hold on, what's this? No, that's not anything. Okay, let's check B, C again. Like, can I go through it? Can I not go through it? I need a wheel. I need a wheel to go that way. Oh hey, there's a wheel here. Haha! What? That's weird. I don't feel any resistance. Gah! Ah shit. Yay, wheel! Haha, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. There are some pegs on the back that look like they go into the holes on the winch. Okay, good job, Genius. You broke it. No, I didn't. I need the thing. I didn't break it. It broke all by itself. Okay, now back through B to go to C. Go to here with the wheel. Oh yeah, I've got the new wheel. I've got the wheel I pulled off the other winch, don't I? Let's see if it fits. Yay, it fits. Sweet, it's a perfect fit, like they were made for each other. Not shaky at all, good. I should be able to turn this now. Good work, Junpei. We should be able to haul up the wooden box now. You see? The wooden box. It's under the catwalk. Can you see it? It's hanging from the rope on the winch, isn't it? It looks like there's some sort of device in the box. I'm not sure what it is. At any rate, you might as well turn that wheel now. I'm counting on you. Thanks, Ace. Alright, I'll turn the wheel. Huh? What's this? What happened? This wheel only turns to the left. It only turns to the left? That means we can't reel up that rope. Yeah, we can only let the rope down. Interesting. I don't think that will be a problem. We'll simply need to go downstairs after letting the wooden box down. I will be counting on you, Junpei. Sure thing, no sweat.
I believe the box has reached the floor.
Yeah.
He stuck his head out over the side of the catwalk and looked down. The box that had only recently hung just below the catwalk now sat on the floor. It had come to rest near the end of the tunnel that covered the conveyor belt.
June's down over by there.
Junpei could see her, still leaning against the wall as if she barely had the strength to sit up. Even from so far away, it was not difficult to see that she had not improved. He almost thought he could see heat rising from her body.
She doesn't seem to be improving.
Ace's expression was inscrutable, but he'd said what they'd all been thinking.
Well, of course not. She's not gonna just get better right away, you know? It'll take time.
He tried desperately to convince himself, that what he'd said was true.
What could be causing this, I wonder? Illness, perhaps?
Nah, it's gotta be exhaustion.
Santa's response was confident and certain.
She gets dropped into some weird-ass ship, forced to play some messed-up game. If you think about it, it's a lot weirder that we aren't freaking out just like her, you know?
So you're saying we're abnormal?
Yeah. We're just running around this room, solving all these puzzles like it's just business as usual. How the hell could you call that normal?
I like puzzles.
We're just guinea pigs.
Santa snorted in disgust.
A guinea pig? You mean like a lab rat? You mean we're being used for some sort of experiment?
Hi, sir.
Is that what you're saying?
Dunno.
It's going good. Probably calling it once I finish this room because my wrist is killing me. But it's going alright. How's whatever it is you're doing going?
But it does seem like a possibility, you know?
They stood there for a few more minutes. No one speaking, until Santa turned and walked away from the winch. Junpei and Ace followed him. Nice. Vibing's good. Okay, I need to go back down. So I need to go through A. Or I can't go through A. I gotta go through C. And then down the stairs. Wait. No. Now through A. And then down the stairs. This room is slightly confusing. Yes, down. So that one. This one, yes. Control panel for something. Haha, I know where that goes. I know where that goes. That goes in there. Maybe this hole is where the control panel goes. But there's only one way to find out. In you go. Poor June. Dude, you did it. Everything looks alright. Okay, but what do we do now? Why don't you press the button next to it? The orange one? Yes. Alright, I'll do that. Pushing. Sweet, all sorts of lights are lighting up on this thing. And oh yes, I think I just heard something turn on. Oh? What's that? What happened? It's like the Pokemon egg catching noise. Junpei, look, the conveyor belt's moving. The conveyor belt? Well, I guess it's done moving now. There's still a bunch of coal in the belt, though. It looks like a bunch of it got dumped off at the end of the belt into that wooden box where we found the control panel. Coal. Coal, huh? Okay, so there's coal in there now. Box filled with the coal. Guess there's really only one thing we can do with this stuff. Gotta get it into the thing, but it's welded shut. Can I attach it to here? No. No. Aha! There's a hole here that lets us put coal into the furnace. Maybe if we can get some coal in there and set it on fire. Okay, let's do it. Alright, that's the last of it. No coal left in the wooden box. And nothing. Great. Well, I guess I should have expected that. Why would just throwing coal into a cold furnace do anything? Oh well, a man can dream. Junpei, explain it to me again. You're planning to stoke the furnace with coal, which will heat the water stored up in there and make steam. which will then drive something else. Am I correct? In other words, you want to generate enough pressure with the steam to power the turbine. And drive the steam engine, right? Yeah, I guess that's the gist of it. Well, in that case, this isn't enough coal. The furnace is enormous, so we're gonna need a whole hell of a lot more coal than this. Very well then, if the three of us work together, we should manage to fill it much faster. I want to help too. Man, I totally didn't even see her walk up. Are you feeling up to that? Yes. Yeah, right. You look like you're one stiff breeze away from falling over, June. I think you'd better rest some more, alright? But no arguing. You need your rest, so just stay there. We'll handle this. Okay. I understand. Alright, time for some manly work. Man. Let's get this coal into these furnaces. Akane is obviously sick, that's the only reason I'm allowing this without comment. Man, this is a lot of work. We must be swift as a coursing river. Alright, I think this should be sufficient. Alright, now we just gotta light it. Junpei, hand me your matches. Okay, I was about to be like, has he had... With all the force of a great typhoon. What makes you think I have matches? I see. Then how are we gonna light it? Perhaps there's a device nearby that will allow us to remotely ignite the coal. Let's take a look, shall we? Some sort of ignition device, huh? Hi. Okay. Ignition device. The lamps, maybe? Maybe the lamps? There's a clear view of them. No. This lamp? Furnace for the enormous boiler. 7 catwalks spired across the room. Arms of a great typhoon beyond man, with all the strength of a raging fire, mysterious as the dark side of the moon. Beyond man. I can't take the wheel? Okay. With all the force of a great typhoon beyond man, with all the strength of a raging fire, mysterious as the dark side of... There's no wheel on it anymore. This way, down. Let's try this button now. I think it might be. It probably is. I think that's how we might ignite. Haha. I have not, no, of Mulan. No, I have heard it was terrible and didn't have any songs. And I did not watch it because half the reason I watch anything is for the songs. That means if we move that thing down. Alright, let's do it. Here we go. Hey Junpei, Ace, look at this. There's big gears turning under the boiler here. Haha, ha 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 ha. Oh hey, things. The gears, they're spinning. What the hell are you guys waiting for? Let's start looking. Yeah, I heard that. Like, what the hell is the point? Like, it might... Yay, gold disc. Okay, cool. And then we take all of these. Yeah, I hate remake culture for things that don't need remakes. Okay, and now we take those. Go up these stairs to there. The thing unlocks the door. The suppression on here looks like the outline of 3 circles laid on top of each other in a triangle. Maybe if we put those 3 discs we found in this thing, I wonder if that would work. Well, there's only one way to find out. Stick them in. Huh? That's odd. Nothing's happening. Maybe you're, I don't know, putting them in the wrong places? There. Perhaps you should rotate the discs to make some of the lines connect to one another. Well, no harm in trying. I actually did like Maleficent, but I feel like that one was a whole new movie more so than like a Mulan remake was or an Aladdin remake was. And I mean, I didn't see Cruella, but apparently it sucked because they just didn't do a good job. I think Maleficent was good. I think it was an original concept and it was executed well, but I think they tried to like do the same thing. They tried to do the same thing and it just didn't work very well because they didn't like have enough creative force behind it, I think. I just heard the movie was awful. I haven't actually seen it myself, so I could just be... I don't see a whole lot of movies. It'll rotate a certain amount. When the white arrow is pressed, the discs are switched. Please note when the discs are switched, the angles for the discs are reset. Okay. Bronze, silver, gold. No. I think I need gold on top. Wait. Okay, I want bronze there. Yeah, exactly. Like, she had a very clear motive in the original 101 Dalmatians, and that was, I am fucking horrible, and I want to skin these puppies for better clothes. And, like, that's, like, it doesn't need, not everything needs to be relatable. Like, sometimes people are just terrible, and sometimes we like to read stories about people that are just terrible. And, yeah, the whole thing. Those are in the wrong spots. Oh, wait. There? Haha, I did it. The red lines on these discs. I think maybe I can make a star polygon with these. Exactly. Like the D&D character I was talking about earlier, Aquila. Yay, I found it. Like, they're just an asshole.
Yes! The door's open!
And that's fun, and that's totally fine. Like, sometimes you can just be an asshole. Yes, the door's open. But I finished the room, and I think we're going to save here and stop because my wrist is killing me. And yeah, it's been real fun though. Thanks everybody for watching. We can keep talking about stuff if you want. Yeah, it just needs rest. I can only do so much shit with it. And then I also cleaned out the rat cages, which is not as hard after I switched to making liners out of fleece, which is a lot easier to get rid of. 4 hours is... pre-wrist problems, I would regularly play video games for like 12 hours at a time. It doesn't seem like all that much to me. Just in the... Well, real bad wrist problems, like I've had since like February. Yeah, it's been a thing. Anyway, I hope on the 17th I will finally get a diagnosis because I have an appointment that I've been waiting for. Pretty sure it's EDS, but not like... I'm not 100% sure. I know it's some connective tissue thing though. And a lot of the things for EDS make sense. So hopefully I'll know soon. I can't really do anything about it, but at least I'll know. Anyway, thanks for watching, everybody. I will continue. Probably not Monday. Probably not Wednesday. Maybe a late stream on Thursday, or maybe Saturday. Yeah, I hope so. I mean, ideally I would not be like have any kind of condition at all. But if I'm gonna have a condition, I'd like to know what works for me. All right. But yes, if we want to have more conversations about things and how I think that the Star Wars prequels are better than the original series and all that stuff, just let me know. Yeah, thanks. Woo! I'm gonna call it. So have a good night, everybody. Take care of yourselves.